and that's to be expected. But I hope we'd all observe that we can do more across our different statutory responsibilities and our different organizational structures to ensure that we are planning and preparing and ready for the next drought. So this is nothing more than to say thank you, big appreciation to what you do and ongoing encouragement. You really do have the support and the attention of leadership, not only in our agency, but across the Newsom administration. So thanks very much for the opportunity to beam in.
All right, terrific. Thank you so much to the Secretary. Really good to just hear the way he laid out our very ambitious agenda for the year, the 3 topics that we will be discussing, and the importance to really leverage the diversity of expertise that are sitting here in the room as we're moving forward. So, okay, now to the mundane logistics. So as always, the meeting is live streamed and recorded. So again, just a reminder in terms of microphone use to make sure that everyone can listen and hear the conversations. Members of the public are always welcome, and we've set up time throughout the meeting to solicit input from the public on the topics that we're discussing. Electronic courtesy, turning off or muting your cell phone. This is such an important opportunity for us to dedicate a whole day to be in conversation with each other. We want to make sure everybody is really engaged and present for the conversations. And again, all viewpoints are welcome. We're dealing with very complex topics, and so looking forward to engaging conversation and an opportunity to really innovate in a thoughtful way as we're thinking ahead. So that's just kind of setting up our meeting and moving forward. Want to talk a little bit about our meeting objectives. And you'll see the 3 meeting objectives align with what we shared with you at the informational meeting back in February. We had a conversation last year at the last meeting in October, a little bit around just your reflections about the process and the content that we engage on. And what we ended up with is that throughout the year, there are essentially 3 threads that we're going to advance in our meeting. One is that we want this collective an opportunity to really learn from each other. And so to the extent that we can set up time to hear about the work that you're all doing to advance drought resiliency, we want to make time for that in our meeting. We also want to make sure that today we're finalizing the focus areas, the 2025, the problem statements that you've been working on, and use that as a foundation to start identifying ideas for recommendations that we want to advance in 2025. And as you'll see in the agenda, the 3rd thread is really making sure that we are reflecting back. We have a set of 2024 recommendations. We want to make sure that we're tracking that throughout the year as we move forward, and you'll hear from Julie about that in a little bit. Moving next to the next slide, you'll see our agenda. So the way we set up the day today, we also heard from you that it's important not just to be in one conversation, that there's real value in getting into breakouts and having more in-depth conversations on the topics that we're covering. So we're trying to really balance the sharing information, the large group discussion, the breakouts, and hopefully we're all at 5 o'clock going to be super excited about the outcomes and the ideas that we're going to be working on for the remainder of the year. So we're going to have, starting with informational updates. Janine Jones couldn't be here today, but we have a terrific recording that she had prepared for us, so we'll do that. Julie is going to talk about a process to follow up on the 2024 recommendations. We have new members, welcome. So we're going to give you an opportunity to share a little bit your thoughts about what we're focusing on here today. And then we're going to talk about the cross-cutting themes. We're starting with that because as we've talked about in the past, it really shows up, these themes show up in all the work that we're doing. So we have a process to propose and to hopefully vote on today. We're also going to have a bit of an update on the communication program. If you remember, that's a 24 recommendation that had evolved throughout the conversations, and we're going to talk about potentially how to move that forward, recognizing that communication is such an integral part of all the work that is being done. And then after lunch, it's going to be a roll up your sleeve kind of work. We are going to start with the problem statements, get a general agreement of what the problem statements are for the 3 focus areas. We're now going to look to wordsmith, but we want to make sure that the key concepts are there, that we're all in agreement that the problem statement generally define the focus areas. And then during the breakout sessions, we're going to start brainstorming and thinking through ideas. Hopefully we're going to come back late afternoon, have a short list that we're all going to push forward as our agenda for the year. So that's our very, very full day. And you'll see throughout the day we have public comments. So that's our plan for today. And let's see if I had forgotten anything. Yes, we need to establish a quorum. So let's make sure that we do that. A quorum is 14, and I think we have that to continue in our meeting today. So I'm just going to call them up. If you can just say that you're here, let us know. Alvar Escribabu, here. And apologies if I mispronounce anything when my English accent comes out. Andrew Aldevote, Anna Schiller, Brent Hasty, Carolina Hernandez, Catherine Freeman, Cyril Barmore, Emily Rooney, Jason Colombini, John Andrew, Katie Ruby, Katie Landau, Kyle Jones, Laura Ramus, thank you, Natalie Kuffel, Reggie Collins, Rose Nguyen, Samantha Arthur, Sierra Ryan, Suzanne Pecci, Tammy McVeigh, Tim Worley, Virginia Jameson. Yes, thank you. And we have 3 other members that let us know that they were not going to be able to be here. Amika Burchill, Joshua Cahill, and Matessa Martin. So I think we definitely have our quorum and we can move forward with the meeting. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to you, Glenn, to just kind of do a recap of last year.
I wanted to just mention that I'll have to leave early this afternoon, but my alternate here is sitting in the audience, Karina Cervantes.
Terrific, yes. And we will reestablish quorum after lunch, so we'll have a chance to meet your alternate and really appreciate alternates who are here today. And we'll hear from the new members in just a bit. So thank you everyone for being here.
Welcome, good morning. Excited to have you here. We know your time is incredibly precious. Really looking forward to the day we have together. I'm going to just do some initial context setting, especially for the new members and a few of the alts.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we've seen this slide before. Year 1 was building relationships, building trust. Practically, we surfaced about 100 plus ideas. We turned those into a number of focus areas. Year 2, last year, we took those focus areas, created work groups. We went to work on 7 different recommendations, 6 of which we actually approved in the October meeting. Year 3, this year, we're really looking forward to applying and taking that muscle and trust and relationships we built the last couple of years and applying them to pretty complicated and complex problems. And so I think as we look forward to this year, there's a lot of work to be done, but we've laid an incredible foundation. Just to remind ourselves where we were in October, the last time we met. This is a quick excerpt from, actually, it's not advancing. If we can go to the, yeah, perfect, thank you. This morning I rewatched some of the October meeting just to remind myself. I'm just going to read a few quotes because I think it's better for you all to be speaking. So these are just some quotes from you. Impressed by the group dynamic, especially healthy, positive, and productive. We had growth and growth pains. What we've done in 2 years is remarkable. Very proud of the journey we've been on. We struck a great balance of ambition and actionable, and we adapted along the way. Now, we also acknowledge that there's work to do. In particular, that there are open questions on implementation, especially now that we have recommendations approved from last October. And in particular, something that I've taken to heart is a drive toward tangible results. So not just an implementation plan. And so we'll talk about that today. We'll talk about that throughout the year. Julie will come up a little bit and talk about the progress that's been happening on the recommendations. Okay. And then, thank you. Just to acknowledge the timeline we have for this year, this meeting, not in April, happening here in May, so between May and July will be a little bit compressed. But thank you so much for your participation to date. We had the meeting in January, February, then the work group meetings in March. A lot of work has already been done. An early shout out to the work group co-leads who have done a lot of preparation for this meeting. We're really excited to have you all up here, front of room, talking, and in the breakouts in the afternoon and in the readouts. As we look forward, really the key topic for today is what are the recommendations? One of the big questions we'll discuss throughout the afternoon in particular is how many? Last year we did 7, approved 6. We have 3 gnarly topics for this year. How many recs we come up with? That's really the key question for today. Between now and the July 18th meeting, really just 2 months, we're going to have additional work group meetings. We're already in the process of scheduling those. And the goal, of course, is really aiming toward that October meeting. If recommendations are ready at that time, we will do a similar vote like we've done in the past, and we'll see how many recommendations we can get done this year. Sum total of all of this, very similar process to last year. It'll feel 80, 90% similar. There are some subtle differences. We try to streamline the template. But we know that we're facing some challenging topics this year. And so if at any point anyone has questions, definitely let us know. We're always willing and excited to update the process or tweak things along the way. But hopefully we have an exciting year ahead of us. Okay. Yeah.
All right, and as we're kind of doing the recap of last year and looking into the year ahead, I'm wondering if our chair would like to say anything. No, thank you. And we'll get started on our next agenda item, which is Janine Jones' recording. And I think we have it all set up. Thank you, Fresh Air, for taking care of us today. A lot of different activities going on here. Very hybrid. Okay, thank you.
I'm person, but today we have a recording for you. Hello, everyone, and good morning to those of you in Sacramento. This is Janine Jones with DWR. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you in person, but today we have a recording for you about water supply and federal budget conditions, the latter being in response to the many questions that we've gotten about the current situation. So starting out with the water conditions, we are actually having a very abnormal condition in California right now, and that is that we are having a normal water year. we are about as close to average on various hydrologic metrics as you can get, which is unusual for California because normally we have wide swings between our wet and dry years. We normally don't have a year that's really almost average. And looking at the spatial distribution of precipitation, we can see that Northern California has done better than the southern part of the state, which is actually not an unusual condition in the historical record. And in fact, where we are now in the water year, this condition has evened out somewhat from what it was a couple of months ago. And if we look at the temperature side, and notice that I'm only showing temperature beginning in January, not the start of the water year, because it's really the temperature as we experience our colder, snowier seasons that we're most interested in. And also somewhat unusual this year is that we are not as warm for this part of the water year as we have been in most of our years in the 21st century. This isn't quite as cool as water year 2023 was, but it's definitely cooler than many of the years that we've had in our recent past. And looking at snowpack, again, we are right about on average for the peak snowpack right around April 1st, a little bit over average in the northern Sierra, a little bit under average farther south, but still about as close to average as we're ever going to see in California. And looking at reservoir storage, we're continuing in our trend for the last several years now of being somewhat above average in reservoir storage, reflecting that Northern California has done well in all three of the past water years, 3 counting this year, which is, we've usually not had the situation in the 21st century of having a series of nicer, meaning wetter water years occurring in a row. So this has been great for reservoir storage. And if we look at groundwater storage, this is also looking better than it has in some past years, referring in particular to the statistic for monitoring wells, but keeping in mind the statistic that's used on our Cal Groundwater Live website to calculate this is a statistic that's based on a relatively more recent part of the record, not something like a 50-year or a 75-year record, unlike some of our surface water data. But still, this is better than we have seen in, say, the last couple of decades for single-year numbers. And water project allocations, fairly similar to last year, reflecting the good conditions, particularly in Northern California, where much of our SWP and CDP supplies come from. And if we look at the Colorado River system, which is obviously very important for Southern California, this is the Bureau's longer-term modeling effort that they update monthly for operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead, showing that in the current calendar year, we're above the shortage trigger that would affect California. Going into the future, we potentially, in some of the traces for the future, would dip below that level, but keeping in mind that's dependent on next year's hydrology, so not something we can really focus on right now. And also keeping in mind that after 2026, the river system will be operating under new reservoir management guidelines. Probably the most significant thing in all of the hydrology for this year, whether California or the Colorado River system, is the factoid that I've pasted at the bottom of this slide, which is that the forecasted inflow for the current year to Lake Powell is only 71% of normal. This is not as good news as we would like, particularly considering that snowpack and precipitation were much more like normal in the upper Colorado River watershed, but we're seeing the tax on runoff that occurs because of warming, dry soils, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously, the Colorado River has been in prolonged drought conditions in terms of reservoir storage, and this is a challenge that we will continue to keep facing at the big picture scale. Now, why do I say that this is the most concerning hydrologic statistic for me this year? Well, if we go back and we look at that precipitation map again, your first blush reaction might be to say, oh my goodness, the southern part of the state is really, really dry. And it's true if you look down there at that one corner of Imperial County, which is the driest part of California on this map, it is quite dry, but keep in mind that Imperial County relies almost entirely on imported Colorado River water, not much use, no real use of local surface water or groundwater because it's generally too salty. And similarly, with respect to much of that lighter red area in the southeastern corner of the state, parts of that area, like say Riverside County, the Coachella Valley obviously supplies from the Colorado River, but also these are not areas with a lot of groundwater use, which is why I'm showing this picture as a reminder. This is an image of the basins that are required to have Sustainable Groundwater Management Act plans or have adjudications. And if you look at that same southeastern corner of the state that we saw in the previous map, you see that, not a lot of activity going on there in the managed groundwater requirements area. And what that reflects is that part of the state is a very low groundwater user, generally speaking, because we have a lot of federal land ownership, and much of it, as you go north above Imperial, certainly into Riverside and on up, is federal land ownership and pretty much arid desert. So we don't have the water use there that could otherwise be concerning. Bottom line for the intrastate water supplies in California this year, no major issues. Something to think about for next year if we again have a second dry year for the southern part of the state. But right now for this year, the bigger picture is the longer term concerns about the Colorado River. Now, shifting gears and talking just a little bit more about the Colorado River. As you know, we are in the midst of a process to develop new reservoir operating guidelines for the river. Those negotiations are ongoing, and the existing guidelines will govern operations through December of 2026, and after that, the new guidelines go into effect. The reclamation has been working on a draft environmental document that would outline their proposal, and that's expected out in draft form, maybe around the end of the current calendar year. So that's where we are in that process. And now changing to my second topic, one that's been getting a lot of attention in the media, is the federal budget process. So we've obviously been hearing about many actions that are occurring in the current federal fiscal year, which is FY25, such as the firing the probationary employees, buyouts for early retirement offers, or just for buyouts in general. That is with respect to the existing FY25 budget, and obviously has raised a lot of concerns about just staffing levels at federal agencies. Some statistics suggest, for example, that NOAA, the agency which produces much of the weather and climate data that we rely on as water agencies, has lost about 25, maybe 20% of its staff in the current FY25. Now, the FY26 budget process is now beginning. That actually starts off when the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, passes back to the federal agencies the budget summary that OMB has used to put together the president's budget request. The top line version of the president's budget request, meaning high-level summary numbers, did come out week before last now, I guess, but the line item detail is not yet there. But we do have that available as a preview of coming attractions. And it's important to remember how the federal budget process works. The president makes a request to Congress. Congress then takes it up in the appropriations committees and works on a budget which, in theory, is supposed to be executed before the new fiscal year begins October 1st. Obviously, in recent years, we have not had many budgets that have come out on time, actually, and we've probably had more continuing resolutions than we have had enacted budgets. FY25, for example, we are in an ongoing continuing resolution. And also important to point out a difference between the state and federal budget process. In the state budget process, the governor has line item veto power. So the legislature can produce a budget, give it to the governor, and he can subtract things from it through his line item veto power. The federal budget does not have that feature. So after the president makes his budget request to Congress, Congress acts on the series of appropriation bills, and then they all go to the president for signature. His choice is either to sign or not sign. He does not have line item veto power, as we see in the state system. So moving on to what we know based on what's been released on the executive branch side for FY26, these are direct quotes from the OMB passback. So these were the instructions to federal agencies that OMB gave them with regard to what the president's budget was going to be. Within NOAA, there are a variety of different line agencies, including, for example, NIMS, the Fishery Agency, the National Ocean Service, and of course the ones we're particularly interested in, the National Weather Service and the Office of Atmospheric Research. The OMB FY26 passback calls for the elimination of OAR as a line office, with a very substantial cut to all climate weather research programs and some data programs. For those of you who are familiar with the National Integrated Drought Information System, or NIDIS program, for example, NIDIS is one of the programs that is managed out of OAR. Now, on the National Weather Service side, the passback essentially provides level funding relative to FY24 enacted, but calls for NOAA to do the streamlining, eliminating inefficient positions, et cetera, which has already been occurring with the buybacks and layoffs in the current budget year. So many NOAA offices, either weather forecast offices or river forecast centers, are now significantly understaffed. And at DWR, we're particularly watching what's going on with the California Nevada River Forecast Center because of our joint relationship on flood operations, as well as data collection and other related things. And we are making plans to step up and try to mitigate the loss of existing federal bodies and potentially data on the RFC website, depending on how that spins out. But again, that is something that is going on now in the context of efficiencies. That's not directly related to the FY26 budget process. Now, week before last, the FY26 President's budget request came out with top line numbers. And for those of you who aren't familiar with federal budget speak, the word discretionary in the title has a particular meaning in federal budget circles. It refers to funds that specifically go through the Appropriations Committee process. So that's all it's referring to for this example. The bottom line out of the NOAA top line budget is a large cut, $1.3 billion basically. And the text that's provided there is the exact text that was provided in the President's budget request release. So at this point, where we are in the budget cycle is the President has released the budget request summary numbers. We expect the line item numbers to follow maybe this month. And the appropriations committees will then begin their work on the budget. Keep in mind that we're already close to the middle of May. Congress does take a summer recess, and the current federal fiscal year ends in September. Taking all of those points together, it's quite likely that the same thing could happen this year as happened last year, in which we once again begin the new federal fiscal year with a continuing resolution. And at this point, since we don't have line item detail, it's hard to identify all of the specific additional cuts that will be happening in FY26 on top of the cuts in staffing and workload activities that have already occurred in FY25. So the bottom line is that we are very concerned about data, research resources from the federal government, forecasting support, all of those things. And we're right now waiting to see what the congressional response is in the budget process to the current situation. So that's all I have, and this is where I will wrap up. Sorry I'm not there to be able to take questions in person, but if you do have some burning questions, please pass them along to Julie, and we can work out how to answer those for you. Thank you.
All right. Too bad that Janine couldn't be here. She's always such a voice for very specific, defined reality sharing, the way she comes at it. Does anyone have questions or comments that you want to pass through to Janine? Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, two things. One,
Okay.
normally Janine, I'm very happy when Janine reports, and it was a great water year, and it's one of the most depressing reports after the last portion. I guess my question is, we all budget for this, and we all need this data in many of our operations. So I'd ask Janine, is there a possibility that we're going to have to fund we're going to have to privately fund, or our own organizations are going to have to fund for this weather research, because many of us can't operate effectively without having some kind of understanding. FERO doesn't work without knowing what's going to happen. And so I was just curious if she has any ideas and what kind of funding that's going to happen. Thanks.
Yeah. How do we make up for this very, very deep cut and gap? Yeah. Kyle, did you also have a comment or question?
Yeah, I just wanted to flag that we had a dry well in the Salinas Valley near Greenfield. And so I know we've had a couple great normal years, and it's nice to have kind of a breathing room between disaster. But that impacts to domestic wells in rural communities continue because the state of infrastructure access is so poor. And I'm sure Tammy could probably tell us a lot more about what's happening in the San Joaquin Valley. And that doesn't always get reflected in the data because we don't always have that granular level of data. And then secondly, I just wanted to flag too, in addition to the discretionary budget cutting these forecasting and resources, there's also a $2.5 billion cut to the state revolving funds at EPA and a $720 million cut for rural development at USDA, which is depleting all the infrastructure funding we have for drinking water at a time when we really need it, not just to prepare for drought resilience, but also addressing PFAS, hexavalent chrom, and other things. So it's just, it's a little bleak, and just wanted to recognize that.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments, question to pass on before we move? All right, okay, and with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Julie. One of the things that we talked about in October, again, was we voted on recommendations, but there was a very strong desire to make sure that we understand how these recommendations get implemented and track that, and because that's really important to the process that we're engaging. We're spending a lot of time developing recommendations. We want to make sure that we are able to follow up on what impact that has in general, given the conversations that we're having. So Julie is going to talk about the process that we are proposing moving forward, and really invite you all to participate in that. I think it's very important for all of you here representing different perspectives to be able to contribute to that.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Arit. Okay, this works. So happy to see everyone this morning. And as a reminder, like we have done many times, just to be clear, in this all tracking progress of how the recommendations are implemented, the DRIP Collaborative as a collective body doesn't have any authority or responsibility to implement the recommendations that it develops. But as Arit was saying, that last year several members have expressed just knowing about the progress of these recommendations was really important. And so it can help identify opportunities to bring the outputs of the recommendations back to the group and to inform the task force and discussions. And also it'll help you learn, and all of us learn about other opportunities that you might be able to engage in on related work outside of the DRIP Collaborative. And also that in this tracking space, which is short today, since things are just really getting started, but this could be used for member sharing as it relates to the recommendations. And so we're going to look to all of you going forward to help build that understanding on progress with this collaborative tool or this space. So we'll refresh on what recommendations, I'm not going to go through everything, but what the group developed last year. So we have the 6 recommendations here on the left, and these came out of your 3 focus areas: drought relevant data, preparedness for domestic wells, and the definition and narrative focus area. If you need a refresher about the recommendations, they're nicely summarized in the progress report that came out in March. Did you all receive the email about that? You did all receive the email about that, but sometimes things, get lost in the shuffle. But so if while we're here, if anybody is interested in having a paper copy of that, just so that you can stick it in your bag, we're happy to get that for you. So please let us know, or we can send it out again by email. But it is also posted on the website, and there was an article that went out about it. So the goal of this whole process is to track and share progress on these. And we did ask for your input through a survey. We got 10 responses, so thank you for those of you who did respond, whether you have information or not. It's just great to collect that, and that just as some touch point. And I plan to keep that survey open so that we can gather your input before each DRIP meeting. Also, you're welcome to always email or call and just share about, things that either that you're involved in or that they're involved, that are going on, so that we can kind of weave them into this. And yes, so in terms of, this is baby steps here. So just going to go through these briefly. So in terms of the first one, the drought indicators and metrics, this note came from Alvar. So thanks, Oliver. So he mentioned a forthcoming publication on drought indicators for California, which is really exciting to hear about. So when that does come out, we will share it with the group and maybe we can hear about it more. So, and then also, as we heard from Janine just now, about the uncertainty in the next phases and given the challenges of federal funding. The second one, in terms of the rapid inventory of drought-related tools and resources, we don't have progress to report on that yet. But in terms of the third one on empowering county drought resilience planning for domestic wells and state small water systems, still this is very early, but and this movement on those icons there was, what do we call it? Just some movement, yes. So at DWR, we are continuing the county drought planning assistance program. So that is helping the counties get up their task forces for domestic wells and water shortage. And also we host and developing their plans. So those should be finished by June 2026 as it's a process to develop those. We also host a webinar series, it's every month for all the counties, where they can come in and talk about those, just the challenges and learn from other experts about how to move forward with SB 552. So that's the drought planning for domestic wells and state smalls. For the fourth one, on voluntary community-based well monitoring program idea is we expect that there should be some progress by July or the October meeting. So hopefully we will have some more information to share about that one. And then in terms of the roles and responsibilities for domestic wells, I was going to point to Andrew for just a few words. I'm just going to wrap up this sixth one real quick. So the drought definitions and case studies, we've had early planning discussions with the LCI group that's working on the Vulnerable Communities platform, because it just in terms of how it can weave into that, it will be a nice fit and a nice home and kind of just very relevant reasoning for developing those. So hopefully we'll progress on those this year and report out. So Andrew, do you?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah. Hi, Andrew Altvogt with the State Water Board. So I just wanted to mention to the group on the roles and responsibilities. So we've been working in our SAFER program at figuring out the role of SAFER when it comes to domestic wells and state small water systems. And we're planning on putting out some recommendations for our work on domestic wells in the upcoming fund expenditure plan. So there'll be the draft of the fund expenditure plan will be out in about 6 weeks or so. And it'll outline some proposed strategies for this. And I'll just briefly, the first one is around strategies around data, are using our needs assessment as we have done, and both gathering and disseminating data, and then also thinking about best practices around both data and data gathering, as well as things like outreach. So that'll be kind of one section of recommendations. The next one is about leveraging existing programs. So using sort of SAFER funds and resources to help to leverage programs such as work that's going on in SGMA, work that's going on in our regional board programs, and trying to help to fill gaps in those programs where we can. And so trying to, use our SAFER resources to leverage kind of other work. And then the last one will be sort of a series of recommendations around how and what we would fund with SAFER. So, so that'll be, like I said, that'll be upcoming. The draft will come out. There'll be public meetings around that, and then there'll be, once we get input from those, they'll, the board will, it'll be part of the board's adoption of the fund expenditure plan later in the summer or early in the fall. And then I'll also say, there'll also be some other guidance on funding generally that folks should look out for in the intended use plan that will also be coming out in that same sort of time period.
Does that also have a public comment period, or is that
Yeah,
just like the
that'll
plan? Okay.
also, it'll all be out for public comment before the board hearings on those.
So for those especially interested in this topic, on DRIP, we'll make sure we'll send it out to the group about the notices of the public comment period, when the draft comes out, and also when your webinars are going to be.
Yeah,
So that people can
and we'll
track it.
we'll also be discussing it with our SAFER advisory group. I don't remember that, I think it's June 26th is the advisory group meeting, so we'll also be discussing it there. So there'll
Okay,
be a
which is
number
also a
of.
public meeting,
Yeah,
so-
and it's also a public meeting, so there'll be a number of places that people can help us and provide input on it.
Great, thank you. Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Julie. So we have a public comment time just right after this. Are we doing the slides from here? It's working? Okay. Is there anyone online who would like to comment? No, okay. So before we move to the next one, I kind of have just a curious question, which is we finalized the recommendations in October and now we're meeting. And I'm just curious if any of you have shared those recommendations within your networks and if you received any kind of feedback on it. What have you heard from others about these recommendations? Just curious if that resonated with others that you are working with. Anyone? Go ahead, Alvar. And please just say your name and your affiliations for the Zoom.
Okay,
Thank you.
Alvaro Escribabao, I'm assistant professor at UC Davis. So recommendation one, I shared with NIDIS, actually with the director and the people that I've been working with, and they were excited because they have been always trying to, do work in California. They are already working also in Southern California in other projects. So it was interesting for them to see that kind of an academic project is trying to have an impact.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Go ahead. Maybe just use your tent so I know who wants to speak. Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. Laura Ramos, California Water Institute at Fresno State. So I mentioned something that we'll hear about later, the communications plan, and mostly just talking to people about how do we continue talking about drought when it's raining. And everybody's like, oh, that's such a great idea. That's such, it's great that you're talking about it. I'm like, you have any ideas? They're like, no. And so it was me just trying to gauge and see what others are doing. So it was just sharing what we're doing while at the same time trying to gauge others' ideas.
Yeah, so it was a validation both of the importance of the topic and the challenge of addressing it.
Yes.
All right. Tim, go ahead.
Well, this is coming up, but I've been asked to speak, to give an update on the DRIP Collaborative to the Small Systems Committee, I think it's called, of the California Water Association, the investor-owned utilities. And that's coming up in early June, I don't remember the exact date. So I may ask for a few slides that would be helpful to share with that group.
Great, thanks, Tim. Suzanne, and then Sierra, and then we'll move to our next agenda item.
Suzanne Pecci from the South American Subbasin Domestic Well Advisory Group. So I've been sharing it with my community, with the GSAs. It goes out to the various GSAs in the area, to the boards, and to the community members through the advisory group, and I haven't gotten a lot of feedback. I think it's a lot for people to think about. I've sent the white paper out to a couple of people, and they've read it, so I've gotten comments back that they have read it and it's interesting. But I think there needs to be a little more engagement and outreach in the community to get them more involved in it. I've also asked one of the boards to invite DWR to come in and to give a presentation on what the collaborative has accomplished, and it seems as though that's, they're going to be doing that. There's a lot of business going on right now, but, so I'm pushing for that.
Go ahead, Sierra.
Hi, Sierra Ryan, Santa Cruz County. I've spoken to a number of elected officials kind of locally and in the state electeds representing my area about the domestic well and state small water system concerns and that this need to get this, really clarify who's responsible during droughts for making sure that people are able to get water. There's been a lot of appreciation, and I really want to thank Andrew for that update, because that's great to hear that the state's moving forward with this.
Great, thank you. Thanks, everyone. All right, so now we have a special treat. We get to hear from our new members, and we had asked them to share just a few minutes their thoughts on 2 questions that are relevant to the work that we're doing, which is what does drought resilience mean from their perspective, and also what might be some initiatives that they're working on to improve drought resilience. And so I'm going to invite Samantha first, Natalie, and then Cyril to share their thoughts.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Samantha Arthur, and I'm with the Natural Resources Agency. And I started in my new role as Deputy Secretary for Water the day after your last DRIP meeting. So however long that was is how long I've been in this role. So I'm excited that this has come back around again and have the opportunity to join your group. For those of you who have been in this group for some time, Nancy Vogel was my predecessor. So I'm in that role, and she's moved over to Department of Water Resources, so she's still in our water family. Okay, so I want to share a little bit about myself and then talk a little bit about the initiatives that kind of I see from a statewide perspective that we're working on for drought resilience, which will just be a few highlights. I came to the Natural Resources Agency about 2 years ago, and my initial role there was leading our Salton Sea restoration program. So I've been working with, that's a collaboration with Department of Water Resources and Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Natural Resources Agency, and then came over to this role as Deputy Secretary for Water, whatever that was, 6 or 7 months ago. And in this role, I advise the Secretary on all things water and work with our leadership with Department of Water Resources and Department of Fish and Wildlife, all the entities that kind of touch water within our CNRA family, Delta Stewardship Council, Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and then kind of liaise with the governor's office. So a lot of my work is really around coordination and facilitation of the folks who are really closer to the direct programs that we're implementing around drought resilience and around flood and water management in the state. So a few initiatives that I wanted to highlight are Janine actually mentioned Colorado River. That was one that I wanted to highlight, which I think is really of significance from a drought resilience perspective, because we're talking about a water system that has been in prolonged 20-plus year drought and is feeling the effects of climate change, compounded with some challenges that were created in the initial allocation system for the Colorado River that actually creates an overuse and then climate change layered on top of that. Was mentioned earlier in the presentation that is Colorado River Management is undergoing a negotiation around updated operations for post-2026. So I just highlight that to say that's kind of statewide significance. Our communities in Southern California rely significantly on Colorado River for their water supply. And then it's also of significance to the Salton Sea, because when there's a decrease in water use from the Colorado River in the Imperial Valley, it decreases the amount of water that's going into the Salton Sea and has effects to that ecosystem and those communities in terms of exposing the lake bed and airborne dust. So that's an area that we're involved in from the state. We have our California-Colorado River Board that leads the state, initiative in negotiations, and that's a priority of the governors. Another thing I'll highlight is our statewide salmon strategy. That was released about a year and a half ago. And just last month, we had a salmon strategy roundtable, and that was, I think, a really great opportunity for us to sit down and bring together folks across different sectors who work on salmon issues, from nonprofits to tribes to agricultural organizations in the state. And our salmon strategy identifies 71 actions for both the state and then other partners, NGOs, federal government, local entities as well, to advance a series of actions to bolster our ecosystems and the salmon that use our aquatic rivers. So we released a progress report, and then one thing I'm thinking about is how Prop 4 funding can help advance those salmon strategy actions. Okay, just two more quick ones. Also thinking about water storage. So, I noticed the connection here with the identified focus areas for this group in terms of ecosystems and then also water storage as well. So that's a big goal of our administration, to improve our water storage system so that we are more resilient to drought in the future, both in terms of ecosystems and communities. And we're focused on our water storage investment program that the California Water Commission administers, and that's part of facilitating surface water and groundwater storage projects. And then I'll just mention one last one that I think might be of interest to folks in the group, which is some international work around coordinating with other parts of the globe that have similar climates and similar issues that we have around drought and around water. And there's the Mediterranean Climate Action Partnership that our Natural Resources Agency is a part of, and that brings together the Mediterranean regions across the globe. So think Australia, think Spain, who have really common issues, to try to learn from each other and think about those water management challenges, as well as broader kind of climate goals. So I'll stop there and just say that I think drought resilience, from my perspective, is really captures the ecosystems, people, and nature. So communities, water supply, ecosystems, and being able to kind of weather the increasing climate challenges that we have, that we know will bring drought back to us frequently in California. So good to be here, and nice to meet you all.
Great, thank you. All right, Natalie next.
Hello, nice to meet everyone, and apologies for being a few minutes late this morning. I try to practice what I preach and take transit, which means I'm always a few minutes late everywhere I go. I am Natalie Kuffel. I'm the Deputy Director of Land Policy at the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. For those that didn't follow our name change, you might know us as the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, which is the name we had for 50 years or so. And in my portfolio as the Deputy Director of Land Policy, I have everything related to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. That includes drafting the initial version of the CEQA guidelines, drafting technical advisories on how to implement CEQA, and then also our state clearinghouse, which is a repository for all the environmental notices and documents throughout the state. I also have our land use and planning team, which prepares guidance for the state on land use planning, including the general plan guidelines. And that's something I wanted to highlight, is that we are going to be beginning our update to the general plan guidelines. So there will be opportunities to comment and engage in that process. Lawrence Grodeska from that team is here today and can answer more questions about that if folks would like to be engaged in that effort. And as part of that, we are developing guidance on an optional water element, which will be relevant to the work that this group does. But in general, we're trying to weave climate and equity and health into every element of the general plan. So that is relevant to this initiative. Outside of my portfolio is our Integrated Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Program, or ICARP, and I wanted to highlight that that group is working on the California's 5th Climate Change Assessment, which is gathering case studies about drought resilience, and those will be highlighted not only in that assessment, but also in our Adaptation Clearinghouse, which is a resource about best practices and case studies around the state in the adaptation and resilience space. In terms of what drought resilience means from my perspective, I wanted to highlight the importance of regeneration, because I think you can't get to resilience without regeneration first. So thinking about how we regenerate the Earth's natural systems, like the water cycle, so we can hopefully have more standard water years going forward. And we've been looking a lot at how you bring the principles of regeneration even into our urban and built environments as well, since that's an area that we focus on quite a bit. I also am really interested in the principles of biomimicry and how we can be inspired by nature in terms of how nature adapts to changing water conditions. Times of abundance and times of scarcity, we have plant and animal life that are resilient regardless, and we can learn a lot from them in how we approach things. So thank you very much.
Terrific. Thanks for being with us. Go ahead, Cyril.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Cyril Barmore with Rural Community Assistance Corporation. We've been around for, I believe, 50 years, although I have not been with them for all 50. I was hired about 3 years ago to be a trainer, so I work quite a bit under contract with the SAFER program, and nice to meet you, Andrew. And I've had the good fortune of being assigned to be the trainer to help with SB 552, and I started 3 years ago. I think I'm on my 14th workshop. Our audience predominantly are small water systems, and so operators, managers, admin, and what the main focus has been over the last 3 years is really just rollout, because in the beginning, I would ask for a show of hands of who's familiar in this room with the new regulations and deadlines. Oh, I'm sorry, compliance dates. We don't do deadlines, but very few hands raised in the beginning. We're getting more hands now, and I think that because of the increased reporting requirements, that has really helped to increase awareness of SB 552 as it relates to small water systems. So next week will be, I think, my 14th workshop down in Valencia. And I'm very excited about it because Rachel Wittenberg and Chad Fisher from Water Boards will be attending virtually and giving their presentation. And then also Will Callan from UCLA, he's an environmental grad student. So that's what I've been doing for the last 3 years. I'm very honored to be here with all of you, and one of the things that RCAC does provide, although I haven't had the chance to really incorporate these things, we do well assessments and maintenance. We have a well repair replacement program. We do have loans and grants and funding available because amongst the many things that we do, we actually are a bank. So we do have our own funding sources. And what I'm hoping is particularly, I believe, for the county drought task forces being assembled, that I can lend some assistance in these areas and these programs to the domestic wells and the state small water systems. So, so there might be some real nice work we can accomplish together.
Thanks, Cyril. And really appreciate hearing all that you bring. I think that's what makes the DRIP Collaborative really strong, is that we're looking at complex problems through different lenses. And that becomes really an important way of really addressing the issue. So thank you for being here, and really looking forward to especially our afternoon breakouts, where you'll have an opportunity to really bring your perspective into conversation. So we're going to move forward, and our next topic is the cross-cutting themes. If you remember, that was one of the topics that we advanced in October, to look at kind of different issues and topics and principles that we felt was really important to really consider and incorporate to any of the recommendations. And we wanted to make sure that we have a process that we all agree on, and topics that we all agree on in terms of what that looks like as we incorporate them. So we have, I believe, Kyle, you're going to present on it. And here you go. Thank you to the whole team that met and contributed to the outcome that you're presenting today. And just to say that what we hope to do today is have a presentation, hear about the conversation and where they landed in terms of a recommendation to the DRIP Collaborative. We'll have some discussion. We hope as an outcome to actually vote on this process. And if we're successful, then we can vote to disband the work group. I think that would be part of what we hope to accomplish today. But we'll see where we go and how much work we still have to do on this. So
Yeah, and the short temporal nature was not the only reason I decided to lead this one. But good morning, everyone. Kyle Jones with Community Water Center and with the cross-cutting themes. And so I just want to walk through, what is a cross-cutting theme, how we plan on asking y'all to integrate it into the work we're doing collectively, the themes we've identified now, and just kind of a process if we want to bring more themes to the table. But I want to start by thanking everybody in the work group, and particularly DWR staff, Zoe, and all the others who did a fantastic job really herding us, guiding us, and getting us to a place where we could present to y'all today. So first, what is a cross-cutting theme? General themes that provide a consistent lens for our work to ensure that the key topics are thoughtfully considered and incorporated across the development process. And I think when we thought about them, we thought about what are the themes that are really important in affecting drought resilience in the state of California, but really are just beyond us to solve. Things like climate change, we're not going to solve that, but it is something we all need to consider in all of our other recommendations. Equity considerations, again, we're not going to solve racism, but we should consider how equity is factoring into the work we're doing. So these are just widely applicable considerations. We just don't need in our own work group, but we want to integrate them. So how do we want to integrate them? Cross-cutting themes, we thought to make sense, similar, I come from the world of human right to water and that kind of consideration thought. And I thought that was a good lens to think about, but we thought about it similar, like that we want prompts during problem statements scoping, just so that as we're drafting problem statements, we're thinking about these themes in the back of our mind and kind of starting to form how they will come into play. Referencing cross-cutting themes and recommendation templates, and utilizing open-ended questions to kind of make sure that consideration of how these themes are being incorporated into the work are happening or not. Maybe they might not be applicable, but just, let's take the time to think about that. Using cross-cutting themes as a discussion tool as we're working through our work groups and breakouts to facilitate reflection using these themes that we all feel we need to address. They may inform presentation by subject matter experts. And then the themes could also support kind of end-of-year collection reflection as we think about the work we did, applying it in these cross-cutting themes to show the work, how us as a collaborative is working to support climate resilience in California, equity in California, advancing nature-based solutions in California. And so the proposed themes we've included now, based on kind of the conversation we had, I believe in October of last year, is climate change adaptation, nature-based solutions, and kind of a broader bucket of equity that includes racial equity, climate justice, the human right to water, and tribal engagement. We also were really cognizant that, you know, we in October couldn't decide what we want to decide in the future, and we may have other thoughts about what other cross-cutting themes we need to consider across our work, and so we discussed how we could add more cross-cutting themes if others or ourselves feel they need to be added, without reconvening the work group, because we don't think it warrants us to come together for another meeting and put DWR staff through the stress of having to schedule that. We've decided to suggest that the full collaborative can consider additions and decide them through group discussion, whether to include them. So we've actually already identified some that we didn't have authority to proceed with, but that we wanted to consider and tee up for future discussion for the whole group collaborative. And those include governance, emergency management, public health, mental health, and economic resilience and workforce development. So things like economic impacts, financing mechanisms, labor and workforce considerations. So if there's any others, we can, I believe, you know, get those to DWR staff, and then we can think about how to incorporate that into the work the rest of us will be doing in our work group setting. Any questions? Is it okay to ask questions? Because I think I just threw a lot at y'all, and I wanted to ask if there's any process questions generally about the overview before we dive into the cross-cutting themes that we're including now. Go for it. Samantha and then Sierra. Oh, never mind, just Samantha.
Kyle, just so I'm tracking, so these proposed new themes would be for similar to the land use, ecosystems, water storage that are like would be additional topics for future similar to those, or would be integrated through themes?
Yeah, so the cross-cutting themes, these would be proposed to be integrated throughout all of the work we're doing. And so, you know, if you're in the land use, you know, work group and we add a theme of economic resilience, there's just points where in part of the conversations we would prompt considerations about economic resilience and workforce as part of that. Yeah, thank you for that. That's helpful. Suzanne, is that current? Sorry, no, I didn't put it down. Okay, no, all good, all good. Okay, well, I will move forward to the cross-cutting themes then. Okay. And this is a really big one. They're all kind of big problem statements. I'm going to read through them, which isn't really great for dynamic presentations, but good for a bunch of people who probably like to nitpick words like I do. The first one here we have is climate change adaptation. And our purpose statement here is that climate change adaptation refers to proactive measures taken to build resilience and reduce risks and vulnerabilities to climate change impacts by preparing systems to cope with specific threats such as extreme weather, rising sea levels, and increasing temperatures. In California, this means adjusting water management, land use practices, and environmental policies to withstand climate stressors like changing precipitation and hydraulic patterns, sea level rise, and more frequent flooding. Unlike resilience, which is a state of readiness, adaptation involves the concrete steps needed to achieve that readiness. It is also distinct from climate change mitigation, which focuses on reducing or preventing greenhouse gas emissions to limit the severity of future climate change. Examples of adaptation strategies include enhancing water use efficiency, increasing conservation flows, expanding new water sources such as desalination and recycled water, implementing integrated water management plans, upgrading infrastructure resiliency and flexibility to withstand extreme weather, and restoring ecosystems that provide essential services such as clean water and healthy soils. Adaptation also requires improving decision-making and planning processes, such as developing land use policies that account for drought resilience and long-term environmental sustainability. Almost had it. So for y'all, I just wanted to ask, is anything missing from this statement? What is that? Or does this statement sufficiently inform related discussions in focus areas in these smaller conversations about climate change adaptation? Tim?
I just have a question for my own clarification. In the sentence that gives examples of adaptation, it says include enhancing water use efficiency, increasing conservation efforts, and so I'm wondering what is meant by increasing conservation efforts, because sometimes in the water arena that can have different, it can mean water use efficiency, and in some contexts it can mean increased storage or conservation of water in that sense. So is it the same as enhancing water use efficiency or the other meaning?
So I would read conservation in this sense different than water use efficiency. I think water use efficiency, in my mind, tends to be more about appliance standards and the specific efficient use there, whereas conservation can tend to mean using less water overall, but more on the household scale side of things.
Okay, thanks.
And if there's any specific thoughts you had there to make that more clear, I think we'd be willing to do that.
To my mind, they're kind of, they're so close, they're so similar that they almost mean the same to me, but that's just, I guess, my interpretation.
Yeah, I guess in my mind, where I draw the line is if you want to look at a shower example, water use efficiency is getting in a low flow shower head, whereas conservation is taking a shorter shower. Any other questions, Anna?
With the invitation to nitpick
Yes.
on word choice. Well, actually, to add on to that conservation comment, I would agree that there is a lot of ambiguity there, and it can be interpreted many different ways, which maybe is a benefit, given that we're listing examples, and I think there are a broad number of ways that we can reference potential adaptation strategies. But I was even interpreting conservation in the context of natural systems and understanding that having healthier ecosystems will contribute to climate resilience and adaptation strategies. I would also like to comment on the definition or in the sentence describing that unlike resilience, which is a state of readiness, I would actually suggest that resilience is less of a state and more of a capacity to recover and continue to function after disturbances. We may not have that much space to go into that level of detail, but just want to add that comment that, considering resilience as a capacity and understanding that the state is likely going to be evolving over time as we experience it, more shocks and disturbances. Thanks.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Can I go to Suzanne and then?
So, I agree, but I also think that resiliency is more ongoing. It doesn't just relate to one incident or a series. It's a certain capacity that you build that is an ongoing way of thinking and a way of reacting all of the time, whether it's good or bad, whether it's drought or whether it's great years. So I would think it isn't just for one event. It's an ongoing. Maybe it's a state of mind.
Thank you, Suzanne. Cyril?
I'm looking at the top, preparing systems to cope with specific threats and systems. See, I hear water system, so that's the hat that I wear. And so could you explain a little more about what you mean by systems?
I believe it's a broad statement about systems. I don't think it was meant to be specific to water systems generally.
I heard somebody say natural systems.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Natural
is that an
systems,
example?
ecosystems, water systems. I think
Okay.
there's a lot of systems in the process that we meant to capture there.
And did I hear you say that this is more on a residential level than another water use level?
That
like
was
agricultural?
that was specific to that one.
Shower head.
Yeah, specific example about what we meant in that term that was meant to be part of an inclusive and non-exhaustive list.
Okay.
So,
Great.
but yeah, this is definitely can scale from broad to the household. It's going to depend on the individual conversations, and I think the thought is that as, you know, we want people to be mindful of climate change adaptation as they're going through all the conversations they have in the work groups, whether it be large-scale system changes that maybe might be more at scope in the land use conversation, to small scale in household as we talk about infrastructure.
Great, thank you.
Brett?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think that your word readiness is good, because I guess I would say our entire system is built on resilience, which is, you know, from a flood we bounce back, from too much water we bounce back, from too little water we bounce back. What we want is a system that can bounce from either side quickly and efficiently and still work. And so I like the readiness. I don't think you'd call it the bounce back, but so it's a great word, so thanks.
Can I ask DWR, do we have a process if we want to make any tweaks, if that's welcome, or are we just trying to?
I think what we're doing is we're capturing some of the ideas here, and I think it really is important to remember the intent here. The intent here is to develop a statement that can support a discussion about any particular recommendation and how climate change adaptation is being addressed in that particular recommendation, or what is the connection. So the intent is not to have a purpose statement that is exhaustive, but is sufficient to generate a conversation around it and to kind of help identify the particular aspect of our recommendations that relate to climate change adaptation. And that kind of thinking applies to, I know you're going to go through 3 different topics, but it goes for all those 3 topics. So what we're looking here is that, and you highlighted, you bolded some of the key components of when we're thinking about climate change adaptation, what we're looking for. Is there anything glaringly missing that you think if somebody were to have that conversation, it'd be good to kind of identify some things for them to consider? Is there anything that is missing? And do you think, as written, if that's going to be sufficient to generate a conversation? Any concern with the way it's set up? And it would be great if somebody just wants to say, yeah, this is fairly good. That would be nice too. You know, we sometimes look for things that are missing, but sometimes it's nice for the group that worked on it to know that, yes, it generally is a supportive statement.
I can chime in. Katie Ruby, California Urban Water Agencies. I think this is a great statement. I like the differentiation between adaptation and mitigation. I think that's important, and I think the examples are good and they don't have to be exhaustive. On that kind of resilience readiness statement, maybe one thing that could help is, instead of saying unlike resilience, we could just say adaptation involves the concrete steps needed to achieve climate readiness or resilience, if that might simplify it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next one for time, but I appreciate all the thoughts there. So the next one that we decided was a cross-cutting theme is nature-based solutions, which refers to strategies that use natural processes and ecosystems to address societal challenges while enhancing environmental and community resilience. In the context of drought and water shortage resiliency, nature-based solutions play a critical role in supporting landscapes' ability to retain water, sustain ecosystem health, and buffer against climate impacts. Key approaches include wetland restoration, which reconnects aquatic habitats and improves water storage, floodmar or managed aquifer recharge, which utilizes floodwaters for groundwater replenishment and habitat enhancement, headwaters protection, which restores river, meadow, and forest ecosystems to support hydrologic function and biodiversity, and soil health practices that increase water retention, reduce emissions, and improve agricultural and ecological resilience. These solutions offer co-benefits for water, climate, and communities and should be integrated into drought resilience strategies. Go for it, Sierra.
Well, I'll start by saying I do like it. I don't have anything to nitpick from what I see here. What I see missing, though, is the role that urban and suburban landscapes can play in nature-based solutions. So low-impact development, green streets, rainwater capture, native plants in people's gardens, that sort of thing. So I think there's some opportunity to add a little bit more to make sure that you're kind of covering. This seems to be really focused on more agricultural areas and open space areas, and there's, I think, just a little bit more that could expand it.
Okay, and it sounds like just to restate, it sounds like our urban friends could be part of this too, and we need to make sure we're helping.
Urban people can be friends too.
Yes. In the nature-based solution space.
They can,
So, yes.
they can.
Suzanne?
So, in support of the rural residential communities, I think that they're definitely part of this too, and this does seem to be more open space and more, agriculture, where I definitely feel that domestic well owners can contribute to nature-based solutions. Many of them are in areas that are, near rivers and creeks, so there's opportunity for groundwater recharge, for reconnecting, surface waters. That's a problem in our area, so maybe make us one of them. Okay.
Thank you, Suzanne. Any other questions here? And it sounds like we just want to make sure that maybe this one needs a little bit of tweaking just to make sure that we include more of the urban actions and examples to kind of help get people's minds thinking when they're talking about urban solutions, about how nature-based solutions can be a component of that. Great, thank you, everyone. Okay, so the last one is equity. Equity refers to the fair and just inclusion of all people in processes, decisions, and outcomes related to drought and water shortage resilience. In California, equity requires acknowledging and addressing the disproportionate impacts of water scarcity, climate change, and environmental degradation on historically marginalized communities, including low-income households, communities of color, and tribal nations. This includes advancing the human right to water, integrating tribal perspectives and leadership, and prioritizing community voices in planning and implementation efforts. Equity and drought resilience planning involves evaluating systemic barriers to water access, strengthening procedural fairness in decision-making, and ensuring that investments, policies, and programs do not perpetuate or exacerbate existing inequities. Examples include supporting community-led planning, improving access to safe and affordable drinking water, incorporating culturally appropriate outreach and engagement, and directing resources towards areas with the greatest need and fewest existing protections. Okay, and it's just questions, what's missing from this statement, and does this sufficiently inform related discussions in your focus areas? And we'll start with Natalie.
Great, thanks, Kyle. One thing that might be missing from this is intergenerational equity, just thinking about making sure there are sufficient water resources for future generations. Yeah, other than that, I think it looks great.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts, feedback, or clarifying questions? Okay.
Take it from here. Thank you very much, and to the group for all the work, yes. I'll take that, thank you. Yeah, so before we get to the vote, curious if anybody has any thoughts just about the general process that Kyle shared in terms of starting with these three, incorporating them into the discussion. They will be tagged in the template. And then as we proceed in conversations, if we identify other cross-cutting themes, that we would bring it to the full group to discuss what that looks like in terms of defining, having a statement for any additional themes. Any thoughts about that, or any, go ahead, Alvar, I'll start with you.
First, this way is going. I would like to thank the team that has put this together. It's great to have this, and I think that we discussed a little bit in our last meeting last year. And I think it's the way to go with these themes, because we discussed, I think, making them individual recommendations, stuff like that. I think that actually these are cross-cutting themes, and the team has done a great job. So thank you so much for this. My other comment on this is like a challenge to ourselves, and it's what I hope that everyone understands this, but my critique to some of these issues sometimes is that we use them as kind of vague words. I've seen that a lot so right now, sustainability is so used that it's useless sometimes. And this is happening now to me with equity or with other things, where people just throw the word equity or throw the word nature-based solutions to anything, just to highlight some kind of background thought. I am totally in favor of these things. I think that to ourselves, I think that we have to be really specific about what we want to talk and what we want to address. And the descriptions here were great, and they were specific comments. So for when we actually include these cross-cutting themes to other initiatives, I think that we really want to be intentional and specific about what we mean. That's my comment.
All right, so we can use this as a discussion to support discussion, but not to stop there, to really be very explicit about what we mean when we use these themes and terminology, to make sure that we're very clear about how it really shows up in the recommendations. Yeah, I think that's a challenge that I'm hoping that we can all accept. Any other comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a process question, then a comment. So
Yes.
the question is just for those kind of future proposed themes, are we voting on those today as well, or is that?
We're not, if we're, the one that were mentioned on the slide earlier?
The future, like the economic
Yeah,
resilience?
we were using those as examples of some things that have come up in discussions, but not necessarily something that we're voting on. I would suggest that even if they're not voted on cross-cutting themes, that if you think in your discussion about recommendations that any topic is relevant, there is an opportunity to talk about it and incorporate it. It doesn't exclude that. But I think we were talking just about those three for today, with the idea that there is an opportunity to build on it. If you feel strongly that something from that list should be elevated, we can definitely have the conversation here and talk through that.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I think a lot of those ideas are good, and particularly the economic resilience and workforce one, I do think should be elevated to a cross-cutting theme. And then of the three themes that we do have, I like them all. I feel like with the nature-based solutions one, that feels a little more specific to me and may not be applicable to every recommendation, whereas climate adaptation and equity probably should be in one way or another reflected in every recommendation. So as long as I guess there's an understanding that each of these themes might be applied a little bit differently, I'm supportive of them.
That's a good distinction. Yeah, they're not all going to show up with the same importance for all recommendations. What are other thoughts about elevating the economic, was it resilience? The economic resilience as one of the four topics, because we don't have a problem statement for it. That would be something that would still have to be developed. So are we good with those three? Do we feel it's important enough to bring a fourth one to the fold? What are your thoughts? Okay. So maybe that's something that we need to come back with a proposed problem statement, but go ahead. Yeah.
I have a thought. Just kind of looking at the list of new themes and wrestling with that a little bit. You know, I echo what Katie says about the economic resilience. I do think that actually probably will touch almost every type of focus area. I had a little bit of a skepticism around emergency management, but I would want to hear from people who actually work in that space, whether that's like its own kind of, whether that counts as its own focus area or is actually a cross-cutting theme. I would want to hear more about that, but it sounds like we're not, that's okay, we don't need to answer that today. But I did have a similar reaction that Katie did around economic resilience, but I don't know what that means in terms of, you know, Kyle, the work that you guys have done. It sounds like y'all are ready to wrap it and then pass these on, right?
That was the intent.
So that's what we have to wrestle with, though.
Yeah,
is it?
I think if there's a really strong desire for us to have one more meeting and figure out a problem statement around some of these, I think we can do that. If that's the desire, I am willing to work on that.
Hi, jumping in here. So the intention of having that part here of deciding through group discussion would be that we as the development team, people sitting on the side, that we would be able to develop the purpose statement from the comments that folks are bringing up, and then we would bring that back to the entire group for discussion. Maybe there'll be some one-on-one conversations based on the expertise of the membership, but that was the intention. So would not be reconvening the work group or continuing the work group just to develop one more purpose statement.
Yeah, so there's an opportunity for anyone who feels that there's an opportunity in elevating some of these themes to support a development of a purpose statement without the working group being reconvened. Yes. Go ahead, Emily.
Hi, I was just going to mention, I echo the previous comments. I support the economic resilience and workforce item, and I don't believe the committee has to come back for that.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, go ahead. Apologies.
Hi, Carolina Hernandez, LA County Public Works. And so I want to kind of follow up on, Oliver's comments. And first of all, want to thank you for, getting into these cross-cutting themes. Thank you, everybody, for getting into the cross-cutting themes. And I think it's a really great job. And, we can wordsmith here for a long time, but I think this gives us a good foundation to bring these things into what we're discussing and moving forward. I think the other thing is that an acknowledgement again, that we are such a large cross-section. So again, I'm with LA County. I think I want to first acknowledge what happened since we last met in LA County, and has happened in many other communities across the state of California, but it has been utter devastation and to those that are living, working, and have any connection to LA County. So I say this with that in mind, first of all. But I think that understanding that we all come from different places, and that's why we're here together with all of these different backgrounds in this collective, is that I concur that we've all encountered these cross-cutting themes, and we don't need to reconvene again the committee to kind of talk about these. I think that this is our guide, and we as a group previously, for those of you that weren't here, kind of acknowledged that we need to incorporate these kind of items into our further discussions. So there's nothing stopping us from incorporating all cross-cutting themes. And, we were kind of looking at different things, and I kind of looked at Tim, because sometimes we cross in the, in the same circles. And my perspective is a water retailer and as a manager, a planner for the largest flood control district, right, in LA County. So those hopefully are things that are very different, but do give me a certain perspective. But I value everybody else's kind of look at those words. And so I guess what I'm saying, just to kind of wrap it up, is that I think this is what we asked for. And I think that it has been given to us, and we can definitely, comment on that as we further our other goals and bring our own perspectives to bear without taking too much time to delve into these things any further. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Brett? And then I'll come around.
Yeah. I think that I think they're great. I'm fully supportive. Great job. And I'm always in favor of discontinuing things in the government. Great job. I would say that nature-based solutions are great, but they don't, how do I say this? Well, I'm going to tie these two together. I really appreciated the intergenerational comment, but I want to point out that I'm probably the oldest one here, And your great-grandparents and grandparents built the system that allows California to function. And it wasn't nature-based. It was built to move lots of water to all places all over the state that we could do the best we could. And without that system, most of us wouldn't be sitting at this table because we couldn't function here. So I totally agree with intergenerational, and I would hope that we would continue that because I would like my grandkids to stay in California. Second, the nature-based solutions, I just don't want to cut something out, and I'm going to use one of those scary projects, but we got a tunnel that's trying to be built in California, and it's not as nature-based as it could, but are there systems, but is it a needed system? I'm going to argue that it is, and I don't want to get into that argument. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to get myself in trouble, but I think there are big projects that have to be built, and I'll give you another project that'll feel better. We're building an ARC. I'm not on that board anymore. Yuba County Water is building an ARC spillway, which will allow some extra water within when in flood, depending on how the FERO works and how flood works. So there's potential that it's a great project. It's $300 million, and it just basically lowers a spillway on a dam that allows you to better manage the water in the dam. It's not really nature-based, but it absolutely is going to help nature tremendously in what kind of flows and depending on where it is. So I just think it's important. I like them all. I'm certainly going to support you guys. Great project. But I just want us to remember that there are projects out there that are not as nature-based, but they're very well needed inside the system. Thanks.
And I imagine some of these comments are going to show up in our conversation this afternoon as we get into the infrastructure focus areas. So come back to that. And I think that is not in conflict with what was said earlier, that these different themes are going to show up in different relevance for the recommendations that you're going to be moving forward. So let's see. Tim, and then Suzanne, and then we'll move forward.
I would agree with a lot of the comments that have previously been made by Alvar, Brent, and others. I was going to suggest that I think the group focused on the three most important and or most directly relevant to our project, about drought. I would be happy with just leaving these other four sort of in a parking lot so that we can keep them in mind, but I'm not sure that any of them is so closely tied to our overarching purpose here that we have to spend time working on them right away. I'd like to just kind of let them percolate for a little bit and see if we find that they are so important that we need to include them. But
All right, thanks, Tim. Suzanne, and then I'll wrap it up.
So I also concur with the other group members. I think these are maybe nuanced. They could be nuanced into a lot of the work that we do, subtle. I think that was it, not the driving force behind any of the projects. But I also wanted to make a comment on the economic aspect. It really cuts both ways in the domestic well community. There's a tremendous pressure to develop in domestic well communities that are only on wells with no hope of any infrastructure. And if we start losing water, if our wells start going dry, nobody is going to sell a house in really old established areas. So it really cuts both ways for us. There's this horrible pressure to be part of this great drive for housing, but there's no infrastructure for us. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Suzanne. So I'd like to make a suggestion as we're going to vote on it, based on the conversation that we had now, that we vote on the process of incorporating these into discussion and the template, focusing on the three themes, but also acknowledging other potential themes that should be considered in recommendation development as appropriate to that recommendation. And should any member like to engage in developing an additional statement or description for these, that there's an opportunity to do that at some point. Yeah? Okay, I'm looking to the team to see if that makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna vote on this. Any public comment, anything online? No, anything in the room? All right. Okay, so 2 votes for you, and we'll just do it by show of hands. One is if you think yes, we should adopt the proposed process for incorporating cross-cutting themes into the DRIP collaborative work. Yes? (23) Yes. Any no's? I think everybody said yes. Any abstentions? Okay. All right. And now I think what the work group is really looking forward to, because there are other important things to be talking about and doing and continuing to work on. If you agree that the group had done sufficient work and we can disband the cross-cutting themes work group with recognition, with future themes additions handled by the full collaborative through group discussion, and I'm going to add, and incorporated into recommendation discussion as appropriate. Sure. Yes? Anybody who's not voting? Yes. Okay. Thank you. No's? And no abstentions. Okay, so that's 23. All right. Okay, thank you again for all your work. That was not an easy thing to develop those definition statement. Really appreciate it. And we're going to move to the last topic, but just a heads up. Before we go to lunch, we would like to take a photo of everyone. So please don't leave the room after we finish the next agenda item. Just a heads up. All right, and I'm going to hand it to you, Anthony. Thank you.
Good morning to those members that I haven't greeted. Almost good afternoon. So I have the arduous task of being the last agendized item before lunch, so bear with me, please. Those of you who don't know, I'm Anthony Navasero. I'm the drought coordinator in the executive division for the Department of Water Resources, and I've been one of the point of contacts for this communication program recommendation, along with the co-leads Laura Ramos and Tim Worley. And so we wanted to give an update. This was one out of the 7 recommendations that didn't move forward from last year, and I wanted to kind of reframe it and kind of reintroduce it to you. So what you see in the slide in front of you is the problem statement. So we have effective communication hindered by the difference in appropriate messaging due to geographic and meteorologic variations or relative diversity of water supply portfolio, investments, and community resilience. And so the recommendation idea that came from that, and recall this is out of the drought definition narrative focus area. There were 3, so this is one recommendation out of those 3. The recommendation idea, to paraphrase, easily understandable messaging platform to communicate to counties and or water suppliers to tier off water supply into their audiences. And so we came forward with that idea. Tim presented in July and in October as well. And the feedback we received from you folks were to talk about other existing communication platforms, such as the California Water Watch and the Save Our Water campaign. And then that this recommendation should actually be fed by a few other recommendations, the drought metrics and indicator recommendation, as well as the roles and responsibilities recommendation. So this one kind of fell a little bit further back than some of the other recommendations. So I'm here not necessarily as a mea culpa, but we just haven't advanced this very far. We didn't hold a work group meeting, although we did have the co-leads, we had a discussion last month to be informed on what California Water Watch and Save Our Water campaign or activities are doing. So for our Save Our Water campaign, That's run by the Office of Community Partnership and Strategic Communications, that's easy to say, and the Department of Water Resources. But a lot of that responsibility is shifting over to the Department of Water Resources now. And the campaign supports changes in water use habits to increase conservation. So that's kind of the goal of it. It does have some resources and toolkits for locals, regional use. Examples are handouts for information on conservation, water use efficiency, landscaping, even some information for hotel and lodging communication tools, kind of like reusing towels and so forth. Now the department's kind of taking the lead, but there's some challenges to that because there's limited funding. There is some funding for O&M, but not a lot to make major changes that might be needed in times of drought. So we still can do some social media updates and so forth, but not a ton. And then regarding the California Water Watch platform, the site is pretty well received. It's visited by a lot of media and general public. It provides statewide information, some local information. That local information allows a user to type in their address or their zip code, and they'll receive general information from their watershed regarding precipitation, percent of average, numerical and graphical information. Updates focused on improving that site would be identifying access to the data that's being used. But in that conversation, unfortunately, we didn't really come out of any kind of direction where this recommendation can lead. So we're still kind of in an R&D status. So what we're looking for is really trying to develop the recommendation so that there's some added value. And so we're looking to you folks to help identify other subject matter experts to learn a little bit more and inform this work group and this recommendation. We're looking for examples of existing communities, regional and local, that have platforms that are either successful or maybe identify some gaps where we can make some recommendations. So the next step really is to interview these subject matter experts, convey the work group to inform the recommendation, and come back to you folks, potentially revising or proposing a new recommendation based on the discussion. So again, it's just an ask of all you folks for contacts, programs, examples, websites, whatever it is that you're familiar with that kind of get that messaging out. In summary, what we've learned about what the state does is kind of about that higher level state conversation, but back in 2023 and 2024, when we discussed this recommendation, the need was more of a local response or conveying information that sometimes can be conflicting, right? So that's kind of where we're at. Again, we're looking for your assistance, and I know I'm holding back people from lunch, but I'll open it up to the group if anybody has any certain ideas or suggestions. Tim, did you have your tent up?
Oh, I just forgot to put it down, but I was going to suggest we don't let people get lunch until they offer a name for us.
I like it, the power of captive audience, yes.
I second that.
Then I'll go first, since I'm hungry.
Please, Brent.
I would suggest Dee Dee Cordell, Communications Director at the Yuba Water Agency, which has a really good program and are very good at communicating to our community.
Thank you.
Cordell, C-O-R-D-E-L-L, and she's going to love me for this.
You can be anonymous somewhat, although we're being recorded, but. Anyone else? Yes, Tammy, sorry, I didn't see your tent there.
I don't know if we can do this, but we could tap into like Listos, California, which is an existing effort going on right now around disaster, right? It's Ready California for any type of disaster, and they are followed broadly across the state. So that might be something because they're doing regional and statewide efforts.
Yeah, that's a great example. Thank you. I'm familiar with them, but yeah, I don't know how far they've developed, especially in this era that we're in right now, right, where drought isn't necessarily the forefront of communication, and so that's another one of our challenges. Tammy, go ahead.
South Help Enterprises just received notice that we are awarded for the 5th round of LISTO, so we've been doing it for 5 years. And yes, thank you, Kyle. And I will tell you, it continues to broaden, but we're supposed to talk about flood, fire, earthquake, and we always wrap drought into those conversations. So it might be just a good existing effort.
Great. Thank you, Tam. Suzanne, did you, your tent up there?
But I don't know if I want to name names, but we have I don't want to put any district on the spot, but we have a great ag district, an RCD, in our area that is really doing a lot of programs. They're doing well efficiency testing. They're doing some of their seminars on composting for farmers. And they really are doing a lot of outreach and a lot of interesting programs. So maybe somebody is on the call that would, talk about their district, but maybe putting things like this that others can relate to, other water users can relate to.
Thank you, Suzanne. John?
Thanks, Anthony. I would say within the water sector, it's not in California, but Denver Water tends to have a good reputation for communications around water issues. So I would suggest that. Within California, I think I'm impressed by a lot of the messaging over the years from the California Department of Public Health on anti-smoking and other issues. I'm also impressed, probably not in a good way eventually, by like a lot of the messaging coming out of the California lottery. I'm not sure we should be political statement, but I'm not sure that those are for good, but I'm kind of impressed by some of their messaging commercials, so you might want to look there as well.
Thank you, John. We'll wrap it with Natalie.
Thanks. A little outside the box, but I would recommend Brock Dolman at the Occidental Arts and Ecology Center, who's coined a lot of the phrases that we know in the water space, like slow it, spread it, sink it, and now the new one is fuels to flow. So he tends to be good at coming up with the catchy words that we then disseminate through these campaigns.
Perfect. Thank you. Laura, last one.
Yes, so John reminded me when he talked about the lottery that one of the things that I mentioned in the meeting is maybe looking outside of our industry and seeing what others are doing. And an example I gave that day was, how do financial planners tell somebody to save money when they just won the lottery? And so it's not just, drought conversations, but looking at other campaigns and other ideas to bring into the fold, and not always the drought conversations, which is great, but just bringing another angle.
Right. Thank you, Laura. Anyway, we'll look forward to coming back in July with a little bit more information. We'll reconvene the work group, like I mentioned, and you'll hear more. Now on that, I'm going to release everybody. We'll adjourn the meeting. We'll release everybody for lunch. The good news is I know lunch is here. I got a text. And the intention is that we're all going to leave here. You can leave your stuff, whatever you want to. I believe it's going to be secured while we're at lunch. We're going to head down the stairs. And we're going to head down the stairs because we're going to take a picture on the stairs. Oh, we're
No,
being
there's
waved.
staff apparently who's waiting just outside the door to lead everyone to the photo spot.
Oh, there's a photo spot then. Okay.
Yes,
We're
and
pivoting.
then lunch.
And then lunch, right. And the lunch will be on the first floor in the cafeteria. So it's on the way. Good news. Thank you.
Right outside the doors, I was just told.
You ready? Meeting of the DRIP. Meeting objectives, okay, provide opportunities for collective learning about efforts to advance drought and water shortage resilience. 77, I'm gonna do sibilance, 77, 75, 74, 73, 72, 71. Yeah, come over here and listen to this. 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77. Okay. Lunch break, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75.
Children parched lands, hearts dry as bone, crying out to skies, bleeding storm song. Desperation runs deep in dusty ground. Thirsty souls search where no solace found. Ancient streams whisper through forgotten dreams, seeking truth in the flow of gentle means. Silent prayers echo in the wild night air. Every drop brings hope, life we declare. Water bringing breath to our weary souls. Life's blood flowing through the cracked holes. Healing power in each tear we cry. Every drop of promise we won't die. Whoa. Rivers dance beneath the sunlit sky. Mountains bow down as the waters fly. Tides of change in every endless wave. Salvation found and the land it saves. Rains of old telling tales untold. Treasures hidden in the liquid gold. Roots reach deep in the dark embrace. Touched by the life that they now taste. In the heart of storms, when all seems lost, carried by currents, no matter the cost. Cycle spinning round again and again. Water's value never to be slain. Water bringing breath to our weary souls. Life's blood flowing through the cracked holes. Healing power in each tear we cry. Every drop of promise we won't die. Whoa. whisper in the dawn, soft and clear. A drop of water falls, giving life to hear. It dances on the petals, makes the green fields grow. A silent pledge of life in its gentle flow. In the river's song, where the rapids play, life springs forth with each splash and spray. Through the valleys deep and mountains high, water's promise blooms beneath the sky. Oh, water flows with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed. Hear the rainfall serenade, so pure and bright, a lullaby of life in the quiet night. Through the parched desert and the thirsty plain, water's touch brings joy again. From the ocean's depths to a morning's dew, life finds a way in the water's true. In each ripple, wave and flowing tide, hope flows forth and dreams reside. Oh, water flows with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed. Oh, water flows with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed.
All right, everyone, let's get started. If you can get back to your seats. We have to reestablish quorum, and then we'll get started. All right. Okay, let's make sure that we have our 14. Alvar. I thought I just saw Alvar. Okay, thank you. Andrew. Thank you. Anna Schiller. Brent Asti. Carolina Hernandez.
Here.
Catherine Freeman. Cyril Barmore. Cyril was here somewhere. Emily Rooney. Jason Colombini. John Andrew. Katie Ruby. Katie Landau. Kyle Jones. Laura Ramus. Natalie Kuffel. Reggie Collins. Rose Nguyen. Samantha Arthur. Sierra Ryan. Suzanne Petty. Tammy McVeigh. Tim Worley. Virginia Jamson. All right, great. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so hopefully everybody had an opportunity to just take a good break, enjoy lunch, conversation, and the afternoon. I'm really excited about the afternoon because I'm really looking forward to see what we collectively come up with as the ideas that we want to move forward with. So our first task is to really address the problem statements. And these are really foundational to the work that we'll be doing in the breakouts. So gaining some commitment, some agreement, level of agreement. We're not going to vote on these, but just wanted to make sure that generally we agree on the problem statements that have been developed by the three groups on our three focus areas: reducing ecosystem impacts of drought, land use planning for drought resilience, and water infrastructure and planning. So we're going to hear from the co-leads or the point of contact, the DWR staff, who they will introduce the problem statements and talk a little bit about the process and the issues that have come up in their conversation. Also, for each problem statement, there are subtopics that have been identified as kind of key components of the problem statement. And then we'll talk a little bit about how we use those descriptions to move into developing recommendation ideas. And so we're going to start with reducing ecosystem impacts of drought. Reggie, you're gonna lead us? Yeah, please. There is. Thank you. Oh, you can use that.
All right, thanks, folks. The most enviable position is presenting right after lunch, so bear with me. Hope everyone had enough food. So I'll be talking about the first agenda item here, which is reducing ecosystem impacts of drought. I'll do my best to not just read off of these screens here, but hopefully you all had a chance to review this, and I would welcome any feedback and nitpicking on our problem statement, identification of those focus areas. I'd like to think a little bit about the cross-cutting themes now that we've have our cross-cutting team disbanded. And so I'd like to figure out how to incorporate those a little more fully moving forward. And then, of course, just discuss this problem statement and make sure we can all agree and look at those subtopics and yeah, hopefully should be a lively discussion. So as we thought about, this problem statement, we want to identify, a certain key revisions among the work group. And let me just pause there and say thank you for all the participants. It's been super helpful to get that feedback. It's, an area that I know reasonably well. I work in water. But there's so many facets that move, that contribute to ecosystem impacts on drought. So just thank you. And also the DWR team, you've been amazing and super helpful. I'm sure we can all agree that these are one of the best orchestrated meetings I attend regularly, so thank you. But as we get into the problem statement considerations, the first thing we did, now that I look back, just seems like maybe a difficult way to start, but we broadened our scope, just making sure we expand beyond freshwater ecosystems and understand that it's not just the freshwater ecosystems that are impacted by drought when it comes to water. The terrestrial connection is essential to discuss, and so we wanted to add that there. Of course, we wanted to look at the fire-related impacts. I think that fire and flows was mentioned before, fish and fire. There's a huge connection between our ecosystems, the amount of water available, and the fire fire disasters we see throughout our state. We wanted to clarify that human ecosystem connection, and just be really thoughtful about how we look at that. We also, I'm sure we're all related to the fish first farms dynamic that we see in a lot of areas throughout the state. And so we want to be really thoughtful about how we, discuss that and incorporate those changes. Updating the wetland loss element was what some of you wanted to incorporate. There's a lot of information out there about what percentage we've lost of our wetlands. And so just getting to the root of that and being a little more careful with our percentages. We wanted to look at environmental flows, something that I've worked on for a long period of time. I'm sure that it's, a very, I'm sure we have a diverse set of opinions on how we reach those environmental flows. One thing I think we can agree on is that not that many of them that's implemented throughout the state, in the smaller tributaries especially. And so something that we want to call out. Always supporting monitoring and funding. I think that's kind of one of those cross currents we probably can all agree on that affect all of these issues. And then finally, addressing the regulatory gaps, or at least identifying the areas where we maybe have either those regulatory gaps or those areas in which there are regulations that may not be as uniformly enforced as we think. And so with that, I'll read through this problem statement. And again, welcome discussion and feedback on this. So California's ecosystems, freshwater, terrestrial, aquatic, and coastal, are increasingly degraded due to unsustainable water use, habitat fragmentation, land conversion, and climate-driven stressors. Reduced snowpack, rising temperatures, altered precipitation patterns, and more frequent and severe wildfires have amplified the strain on ecological systems, diminishing their capacity to adapt or recover from drought. Despite these growing threats, water management and land use decisions often fail to adequately account for ecological health, particularly outside of drought emergencies. Healthy ecosystems are essential to California's drought resilience. They buffer against extreme events, improve water quality and availability, support biodiversity, reduce wildfire severity, and safeguard public health. However, current policies and investments often overlook the long-term ecological functions that underpin resilience to both people and nature. So I'm going to pause there, if that sounds good to the DWR folks, and then just welcome discussion on this subject. Specifically, the prompt here, does the problem statement generally reflect our current challenges, and what potential opportunities of this focus area? Anyone have any discussion points? Okay, maybe the post-lunch time is a good time to present.
All right, it's a pretty wide encompassing problem statement, and of course, of opportunities to continue this discussion. Okay, so the next thing we did was start to identify problem statement subtopics, and so kind of looking at specifically, what we're discussing within that problem statement. They're listed here. I can read them out, but maybe I'll just take a pause here and just start with the main topics and then see if anyone has any questions. So the first one is environmental flow protections. As I said before, many of our river systems, waterways in California don't offer those flow protections that are specific and enforceable. The next one is habitat restoration. We think that's a really critical element of dealing with ecosystem impacts on drought. We identify wetlands, riparian corridors. You could name a bunch of different categories of habitats that we're looking at, but looking at making sure that we have tailored restoration strategies that that recognize the distinct services of different ecosystem types, and that we're covering them over time. The other piece is integrated planning, and I'll go ahead and read this one. Ecosystem resilience to drought requires integrating fire management, land use, groundwater, surface water dynamics, and climate projections at the watershed scale. Nature-based solutions are underutilized, and opportunities to center tribal knowledge and partnership are often missed. The final one we identified is existing tools and regulations. I'll read this one as well. California's legal tools, including the public trust doctrine, water rights enforcement, and in-stream flow authorities, really light subjects, are often underutilized. Strengthening agency roles, enforcement, and public awareness can improve ecosystem protections without the need for new legislation. So these are some pretty big subtopics we've identified, and maybe I'll just pause here and just ask, do we have the right set of subtopics that can serve as foundation for developing recommendations, or are we missing anything, or should we tweak these subtopics? Anyone have any thoughts? I'm willing to accept a passing grade on this one. Yeah, please.
This looks great, super interesting. I think this is a big problem and topic, so we could be talking days and weeks about this. I have two thoughts, super, like 30,000 feet thoughts on this.
Perfect.
The first one is about, given that we talk about, this is the DRIP collaborative, is how are we separating normal declining conditions with respect to drought? So is this about drought or is about overall environmental degradation? Which I don't know. I don't have actually a response to that, if we should focus, because I think both things are important. But because we are talking about droughts, it's like we maybe a little bit more flavor on the drought, how drought exacerbates the problems. My second comment, it's about one thing that I have been, at least aware, I'm not sure how to integrate, it's the lack of metrics on or measurements of environmental conditions, and how we can link what we are not doing well or to degraded quality of ecosystems. So I don't know if that belongs in here or not, but
Yeah, no, good question. I mean, it kind of goes to let me just go back here. One of those problem statement development considerations we looked at, which is like monitoring, the second to last one there. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a major problem for us. And for me particularly in my work. Like, how do we identify the loss of habitat? It goes to the wetlands element that I flagged earlier. There's that 90% loss of wetlands that's like flagged regularly, and ground truthing that. There's, the percent of water in stream, like having the actual like bathymetric data to like identify where we are. There's a total lack of stream gauging, not total lack. There is a not enough stream gauging within California that DWR is helping to address through legislation, so thank you, DWR. There's a huge metrics problem, so I'm interested in thinking about that as like a potential subtopic that we could consider, so I appreciate that.
I'm wondering if you could put the metrics under existing tools and regulations. Obviously, I'm a little sensitive on this subject, but I feel like it's very litigious in nature. But I like the data piece or metrics, like some sort of form of measurement, and that should be potentially a goal under existing tools and regulations, because right now it's specifically focused on enforcement and existing laws. So there might be, I think, a suite of work or something to beef up that topic, I think. And then I kind of feel like environmental flow protections and habitat restoration are actually both under integrated planning. I feel like integrated planning is such a massive subtopic in here. You could put environmental flow protections, habitat restoration, existing tools, and all of that in here. You can even put land use planning in there.
Yeah,
I mean, you know
totally.
what I mean? And so I just feel like they are, like, the first three are very linked together.
Yeah, no, I think it's hard to not identify the linkage between all of these. And I think a good, as I said before, I was a little bit dangerous by saying that our first idea on this was to broaden the scope. And so that one is pretty all-encompassing, and I don't know how, like, one of the issues that I saw when I was reviewing this prior to this meeting is integrated planning is extremely broad. And so I agree that, like, integrated planning will necessarily include habitat restoration, looking at those flows, and probably, addressing current regulations that are being underutilized or, not enforced or, not interpreted in a way that meets our needs. So thank you for that. I have a note to think about that inclusion of habitat restoration, or at least the broad scope of that subtopic that we have. And then I agree with the metrics and monitoring piece under that existing tools and regulations could be a nice fit.
All right, thank you. I was on part of this work group, and I think this is really critical that we get all of this right. I kind of picked up on the same things that Emily was saying about how it's a little focused on sort of the hammer here, like our tools are, it can't be that our only solution, the only tools in our toolbox are regulations and laws. We need to, what I'm thinking is we need to open up to like creative solutions, because, we're not going to just regulate our way out of these issues. Some examples of like creative solutions that I've heard that are actually stymied by our existing water rights laws and enforcement is like, you can't if you've got a riparian right, you're not allowed to store that water. So there've been projects that I've heard about where people are like, wouldn't it be cool if during the winter when there's, high flows, people can use their riparian rights to pull that water out and put it in storage so that during the dry season, they can release it to help meet those environmental flow protections. But you're not actually allowed to do that under our existing tools and regulations. So I think we probably need to tweak this a little to say, like, yes, enforcing existing laws is critical, but also figuring out when they are actually the problem and what are some other creative solutions could help us be more successful in meeting what I think our ultimate goals are kind of focusing on some of these flow protections and restoration. And also, everybody's talking about beavers where I live, so we should probably add beavers. Just,
Yeah, we'll make sure we get Brock's beaver outfit here next time. Yeah, no, I think that's right. I mean, I was extremely wary of that last subtopic, like my background as a lawyer is in water rights. Like, I am fundamentally, like, I understand that. And so it's a terrifying thing to put on a screen and kind of gloss over. So, yeah, and when we have this discussion on existing tools and regulations, there's a huge part of me that like fundamentally thinks that if we all agree that like we're not going to make drastic changes to the water rights systems without all of us yelling and throwing things at each other, then looking at the, practical application of water rights modernization, just like having all of our data in an easily accessible piece, implementing SB 88. The elements where you can actually look at what's happening currently, on the landscape, understanding that we don't have metrics for water that flows through California in a way that's accessible in any way. And so that was kind of that element, and it sounds both simultaneously boring and aggressive, And so, yeah, I agree that we could tweak that and make it emphasize the creative solutions that are needed. And I'll make a plug for you to that issue that you addressed with the riparian storage and appropriative storage. We'll talk after, because there's currently legislation moving forward that tries to address that.
I just wanted to mention on that topic that I had actually talked with some of our folks in water rights at the state board, and they're willing to come and, and join the group to talk about kind of what they're doing and their perspective on it. So just putting that out there, either through the work group or at the next strip meeting.
Yeah, and that's something we actually suggested as kind of a next step, so.
Yeah, so just, you can let me know and I'll connect the right people.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's we thought about running this as like the initial primer on state water board related. I'm trying to avoid saying enforcement. Yeah, I think it'd be good to have a primer for that. Out of
All right,
time?
Great, I think you're good. We're going to move to the next topic.
Great, thank you very
Is
much.
what's coming back. Thank you. Thanks for all the work. And just a reminder that this is kind of your starting point as we get into the breakouts. I see Sierra is coming already to talk about the next topic.
All right, so we have the small issue of land use planning to discuss. I think one of the challenges, before we even get started, I think one of the challenges that we're going to face with this is how are we going to make something actually manageable with the group that we have and the time that we have. Right now, it's sort of all encompassing and, definitely suggestions on how to make it something that can be advanced in a meaningful way would be greatly appreciated. So thank you to the team who all got together. I think, probably half of you at least were a part of this. So when we were developing the problem statement that we have, a lot of things came up, and you can see they're sort of all over the map. Issues of like infrastructure and planning for land use development. Also, what are the roles of the various agencies? LAFCO specifically were mentioned. I did want to highlight the water affordability, because to me that is, we talked earlier about economic resilience and how do we make life affordable here. Making new water is extremely expensive. Interconnecting systems, interties, consolidations, very expensive. We've done some analysis in Santa Cruz. It just, to just put a pipe in the ground is $300 to $1,200 a linear foot. So, these are things that have to be figured out should be figured out before that water is needed. And then this is encompassing both agricultural and rural lands, as well as urban and suburban lands. So I'm going to talk about the problem statement, and then we can open it up for conversation. I am going to read the whole thing. Let's see, I'm going to read it from this screen, and I'm going to kind of emphasize the things that I think are most critical. So in California, land use planning influences water demand and supply, yet often falls short in integrating water management strategies or accounting for the availability of water resources. This disconnect leads to land use decisions that inadequately address long-term water supply challenges. I think that's like exactly the right note there. As population grows, climate change intensifies drought conditions, and implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act shifts land use to reduce groundwater reliance. The risk and severity of drought increases. The fragmented status quo approach to planning for both land use and water resource planning places communities and local economies at greater risk of water scarcity and economic strain. Strengthening coordination between land use planners and water managers is essential to building a more drought-resilient future, one in which groundwater use is sustainable, agricultural economies, including small farms, remain viable, housing development meets California's growing population needs, and water considerations are fully incorporated into the planning process. Okay, well, can open it up for comments. Yes, Suzanne?
I think it's really a great statement. I think you really, it's really covered everything, having been on the committee that we talked about, we did add things to the committee. And I think it's a good statement, all-around statement.
All right, well, let's dive into the subtopics because they do sort of, they are very big. But I also think that they are sort of the bins in which planning, land use planning sort of is segregated into these different areas, topic areas. So we have the rural development. This is really related to situations where, due to housing challenges, people are moving into these rural communities where they're often going to be reliant on, say, small wells or really small water systems. And the long-term availability of water in those communities may not be secure, or maybe putting pressure on neighboring communities or individuals who are already there by adding a density that really isn't appropriately placed in these areas. Urban development, this has a focus right now on the RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment numbers, that it's sort of, a lot of planning takes place at the county and city levels, but our housing allocations are given to us from the state. And so planning, making sure that you've got the appropriate water supply, water projects take decades to plan and build, and these numbers are coming out at a faster pace, and you can't really adjust a desal project 8 years into it because you got a new RHNA number. So that's a challenge. I'm speaking from our experience in Santa Cruz County. That's something that we're certainly concerned about. The agricultural economies and land use transitions. This focuses a lot on basically how are we going to consider transitions from agricultural lands, or what is the most appropriate use of crops in certain areas, and how is this being planned for long-term viability of locations. And then groundwater recharge and sustainability. This is it's not just focused on SGMA. This is all about when development is happening, we should be planning for recharge at the time that it's happening and ensuring that this sustainability, groundwater isn't an afterthought. It's not just looking at it as a supply, but it's also looking at it as how can the development that we're doing actually be a benefit to our groundwater instead of just a tax on it. So with that, are there any comments? Did we miss anything? Are some of these too big that we're never going to get anything done? Definitely would love to hear what people think. Tammy?
I just have a question, and mostly because this is coming up for us right now. We're dealing with rock wells, so our mountain communities, and that's not, I feel like that's not necessarily covered in this, and I'm trying to figure out where it could be covered in it, but we don't have long-term solutions for our domestic well owners in the rock well mountain areas. Seems like they're probably just going to be reliant on ongoing hauled water as a resource. So when we talk about planning and land use and thinking about, like where we should and should not be building in new areas and what to do with those that are already existing in those areas and how to address like significant drought years for those folks. Just that's something that is on our radar right now, and we're really trying to work with State Water Board on how to address those folks long-term, because we have some families, like in the Mariposa County area, that have been on hauled water for over 10 years, and we call them on call. They'll call us whenever their well doesn't recharge, and they'll get water, and then they won't call us when they have, it's a good snow year or whatever. So just thinking about that long-term and what we're going to do with folks in those areas.
Do you think is that separate from sort of the rural development issue, or is it more that it says development rather than like, in some cases, it's not new development we're talking about, it's actually existing?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I'd love to hear from other people who might be dealing with those challenges.
All right. Suzanne, is that, no? Andrew?
I was just going to say, and I think this kind of crosses over everything, and it's sort of climate change, which is mentioned in the problem statement, but it's it's the idea that, like, we're not able to really predict very well what the water supply is going to be in the next 20 years, 50 years. And so that makes some of the land use planning that much more challenging. And it's like, it kind of underlies all this, but I maybe want to have that in there somehow, because it gets to, like, how do you provide guidance to people when the future, like, we know it's not getting better, we're not exactly sure how it's getting worse or what that'll mean, you know, regionally and that sort of thing, but you have to plan for that uncertainty. And that's kind of, I don't know, the best way to sort of put that in here.
I mean, I think that is sort of a cross-cutting for all of these, is like planning for uncertainty. And I mean, to me, I'd actually feel pretty great if we were even having those conversations where it's like, we should talk about the uncertainty of water supply. For development, I think, you know, even that conversation would be a really good first step.
And so maybe just somehow weaving in the word uncertainty, you know, in there, so that, like, everybody knows, like, we know we can't predict it yet, but it's something we need to plan for nevertheless.
Cyril?
So this is a question back to Tammy, and I think it was a term, a rock well, is that, you mean a well that's drilled into fractured rock? So no aquifer? Is that- So maybe there's some kind of overlay or layer there dividing between those two? I mean, I just wanted a clarification, but thank you for that. Because that is an issue where I live out in Mendocino County as well.
Yeah, Yeah, and certainly I think it's probably known, you know, geologically where those areas are. Certainly, the groundwater sustainability agencies are generally focused outside of those, which makes it even more of a challenge because they aren't as well understood.
There was a map earlier, I want to say it was Janine's presentation, that had an aquifer map.
Yeah, I think identifying these challenges is probably key, especially for land use planners and developers, making sure that it's, you know, clear to them if they're trying to develop in an area where they're going to be trying to get yield out of holes in rocks. It's like, Anna?
Thank you. I really appreciate the problem statement and these subcategories. I would suggest a couple of additions related to the agricultural economies and land use transitions. Absolutely agree that we need better planning processes and integration of land and water management planning. I would also add, though, that we do need to invest in these transitions as well. They are going to be, there's a cost of inaction. I know it's a really hard time to talk about funding needs, but the cost of inaction when it comes to widespread land use transitions on the scale of hundreds of thousands of acres is important to be considering as well, particularly as we're thinking about things like windblown dust. So I would suggest that we add into this subcategory an addition of investment needs to help, in particular, agricultural regions adapting to our shifting climate and increasingly intense and frequent droughts. In the category of groundwater recharge, I like this one a lot as well. I would also suggest that we consider flood risk reduction and other potential benefits that can be achieved with strategic groundwater recharge and siting, particularly given that this is in the area of land use planning. Strategic siting of recharge can really allow us to stack potential benefits associated with recharge. So thinking about flood risk reduction opportunities, knowing that flood is really the other side of the drought coin, and also potential benefits, if well managed and planned, to drinking water supplies and domestic wells that are vulnerable. So I'd suggest those additions to the groundwater recharge category.
That's great. Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Carolina?
Thank you, Carolina Hernandez. So first I want to just say that I think the committee did a good job. I'm on this committee, but I didn't get to participate. So good job, guys. Thank you for saving my bacon. I want to echo, I was going to also add that under groundwater recharge and sustainability that we also integrate flood protection that is something that is considerable benefit, at least in LA County, in terms of the recharge in certain bases there. I am concerned, though, under rural development, and we speak about the prevalence of small and often underserved water systems. I don't think that's unique to rural. I think that needs to be in urban development as well. So that circumstance exists in the urban environment. So I just like to see that also there, and not just the regional housing needs assessment portion in urban development. And yeah, I think also in groundwater recharge, and I'm not sure on this one how to do it, so I'll just say that up front, but I think there needs to be more recognition about water utilities, and how water utilities and local government need to work together. Because at the end of the day, you know, there's this land use that's developed, right, through local government and so forth, but there often isn't that tie-in, and especially in a community like mine, there's over 200 different water agencies in LA County. And so when you look at that many water retailers, and then you're trying to do overall land use planning, I think that there's a lot of burden being placed on retailers, urban water retailers, and that we talk about things like equity and you know, things like that, and it's definitely seen there, right? Because you end up having those communities being impacted directly by the cost, that burden being put on direct customers. So anyway, I don't know how to put that in there. I'm just pointing it out.
No, I think that's a really critical point, maybe under urban development. I don't know, we can think about that, but that's a really, really good point, that often it seems like the water suppliers are almost the last to find out about housing developments when they're request, you know, can you give us a will serve, please? And like, so maybe they can offer it, but it's also, there's no one looking at the bigger picture of like, okay, well, they're offering water to these people, and these people, and these people are offering water over here, and, you know, is the overall water supply, like, what's that look for the overall water supply? Is there enough for all these individual water agencies to be signing these will serve letters? So I think that is actually really critical, so thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sierra. All right, excellent, yes. And again, I think some of the conversation that we're having right now and the challenges that you are highlighting are going to be part of the conversation and hopefully lead to ideas of how to go about it or how to elevate them. So now we have water infrastructure. Are you doing that? You have a team. Okay, excellent. I see the team is all here.
Yeah, we may not have been as efficient as the other work groups, but nonetheless, we're here. Okay, so the Water Infrastructure and Planning Work Group was formulated in October 2024, so we're a little bit behind some of the work groups. And it was formed by your comments as far as developing, we were charged to develop our own scope, really, and to get a bit of understanding of what infrastructure means. And so we have Emily Rooney and John Andrew as our co-leads, and again, the objective of the work group is to discuss and home in what the scope is and define the problem statement. So Emily's going to talk about considerations.
Yes, and first I'd like to thank the committee for participating. I know this can be, like land use and some of the others, pretty massive topic. And thanks to Anthony for managing us, very helpful. I couldn't have done this on my own. So in terms of developing our problem statement, we took into consideration a number of issues, including a potential understanding of infrastructure to include water storage and distribution, as an example being conveyance. We wanted to ensure we did take an all-inclusive approach. We wanted to keep the overall definition of infrastructure pretty broad to recognize the broad needs, but also attempt to come up with recommendations that are very specific and tangible for the group. The scope of work we decided should go beyond water use efficiency and focus on the resilience of water supply and bolstering our existing water supply. Infrastructure, we did want to make sure it's both green and gray, getting to nature-based solutions and obviously our more traditional water infrastructure projects as well. We also are attempting to align this with SB 552 and include small water systems and domestic wells, including state smalls. So consideration of analysis of water users and vulnerability from droughts should be included in the scope and prioritized if possible. So that was the nature of our conversation in terms of trying to identify our scope. I'll hand it over to John, and you'll see in our overall problem statement that it does start broad, and then we start to get more specific, or we attempt to anyway.
Thank you, Emily and Anthony. So this is where we landed with the proposed problem statement, and I would say that to segue from what Emily just mentioned, probably just the opposite of what the ecosystem group did. We went, instead of broader, we went more specific. So everybody does something different, and the risk there obviously is once you get to be more specific, maybe you're leaving something behind. So would welcome your feedback on that. I'm actually not going to read this. I'll just let you go ahead and read it yourself. Maybe I'll provide a little color commentary to maybe explain a bit how we arrived here. Since we did have a very broad discussion from the work group, and thanks again for those of you of the work group who attended the meeting and provided ideas, we really narrowed down to a couple of things here. One was sort of tearing from the hotter, drier strategy from 2-3 years ago now. A recognition, and this is one way to look at hotter, drier, not the way by any means, but one way to look at hotter and drier is that it's a supply side issue, that we're going to lose about 10% of our water through 2040. And so what's in hotter, drier, kind of just keeps us whole, if you will. It doesn't actually maybe take care of a lot of other issues that have recently come up. And there's sort of a laundry list of those. Does it, in terms of sustainable groundwater, I know we're celebrating, we just got through the first 10 years. I'm going to suggest that maybe the first 10 years are the easiest 10 years of SGMA, and we have a lot more work to do between now and 2040 or 2042. Again, going back to the ecosystem work group, a lot of water is needed still for the environment. How do we accommodate for that? We have population changes in terms of growing population, even existing population in terms of human right to water are not there yet. And there's many changes to agriculture that are going on and will continue to go on. So one thing that we decided to do here was to take the idea of the need for more water, new water sources, notwithstanding what was just mentioned in terms of water affordability, which is a key issue. Thank you, Sierra. So that's one thing you'll see here in the problem statement. The second, again, sort of comparing ourselves to hotter and drier, is that does a really good job for what I think is now widely this called backbone infrastructure for the state. And whether it's the right term or not, what we worked with, our working term was there maybe needs to be a similar strategy for baseline infrastructure. So stuff at the very local community level, again, addressing the human right to water issue, and taking a look at local gaps, looking at projects at the local level that might be able to be, the goals that were set out, the projects that were set out in hotter, drier had goals for 2030 and 2040. Our next drought, we'll have many droughts between 2030 and 2040. So are there other projects out there, and I think we all know there are, that could be implemented much faster, maybe at a smaller scale, but they could be within the next year or two, and directly serve communities at, again, to support sort of a baseline level of infrastructure. So let me pause there. Hopefully I gave a long enough monologue for you to read through the problem statement and come up with any ideas, and then also shared some of our thinking behind it. And Anna, is your up from, okay. Reggie, please.
I think it's a good problem statement. So I appreciate the effort that went into this, being part of someone who helped draft this from a wide audience, and especially given how big your work group is. I think that you did a great job.
Thank you.
The one question I have on here is, could you delineate when I see the backbone infrastructure, I always think that there's like two components, right? There's like the built infrastructure and then the natural infrastructure. did you consider, and I wouldn't, this doesn't say that I think you should add that. I'm just wondering, in your discussions about like the backbone, as we read in the 2003 report that's at the desk in the front there, it identifies both that, natural and built. So did you discuss that connection and, any thoughts on that?
I think it's fair to say we probably did, but not maybe as fully as we should have. So I think, at least
It's good that he's bringing it up.
Yeah, I think the concept was, if we're talking about hot or drier, that was, for better or worse, very gray infrastructure focused. So we could certainly expand that to, what is the reality is that it's some spectrum of, there's the gray infrastructure, there's this green or natural-based solutions, but I would say probably 80% of the infrastructure, if you will, is somewhere using both, somewhere in between. Please.
Yeah, I think I would just add, it was not intentionally exclusive by any means. So I think we just more focused on what we already know, but by all means, we are intending to include nature-based solutions as well.
Yeah, and as a cross-cutting theme, I think that makes a ton of sense. When I think about that interconnection, I think that's a critical part of what we're going to do to address drought, in bringing together diverse groups of people. If you can bridge those two elements, I think that, when you get a group of diverse interests at the table that can identify how gray infrastructure can assist natural and vice versa, and identifying those areas in which watersheds that are critical, for instance, for salmon recovery and the salmon strategy that CNRA put together, oftentimes the most successful projects tie those both together. And so to identify that, I think there's a lot more than people realize when, we fight about water, that there's a ton of individual projects that mirror water supply benefits for both ecosystems, and human populations. So that's my soapbox, and I'll get off of it.
Very good. Thank you. Any other comments on this one? And if not, we'll move on to, I guess we can all take this. So these were the subtopics that came up, and I think maybe we have kind of talked about these. We talked about the new water sources. Again, that's sort of tied to the hotter drier strategy, which is all about that. And then a couple of these, the vulnerability of users, identifying local gaps. I think I spoke to those. Again, looking more at the community level, drought resilience, rather than sort of the statewide. And flexibility could apply to both, whether we're talking about, the traditional backbone infrastructure or flexibility at the local level. And please.
I wonder, I think really quickly, I'm just sort of thinking about what your comments, Reggie. Well, one thing on the identified local gaps, I think one thing that we did look at is, it feels like there's a lot of local solutions, but they're very siloed. And so we wanted to kind of take a survey in terms of what's out there, what's missing, and then see where we might be able to help fit the voids. But I'm almost wondering if this gray-green, I'm going to call it collaboration of projects, could be a subtopic. Or is it not big enough? Or I'd be open to your suggestion on that.
Yeah, I think with all of these, like the idea to put forward, individual project types or case studies that kind of identify those, those connections would be valuable. So, I think it could fit under there. I think that there's a subtopic of multi-benefit, nature-based solutions that, can shed some light and some creativity in some important projects that really does have the partnership of NGOs, water users, rural water users, that I think would probably be helpful for this.
Yeah, again, I just wanted to highlight, we are kind of a little bit further back, and so these subtopics that we developed were part of the conversation, but they weren't really well baked as much as some of the other subtopics, particularly the identifying vulnerability of users. We can harness some of the information that we have. We have a vulnerability tool that the department has. We have a safer vulnerability assessment. There's things out there that we can harness. But again, these are just subtopics that we could try and use that data, right, to really get specific recommendations on. So anyway, is there anything that we might have missed? Katie?
Yeah, so one thought on that point, because nature-based solutions is a cross-cutting theme. I don't think it necessarily needs its own subtopic as long as it is integrated. I think it could fit under improved system flexibility as part of the potential solution. One thing that I think we discussed, but I don't see explicitly mentioned here is the storage component too. So maybe that, I think that could be fit under the flexibility and/or new water sources subtopics.
Yeah, it's a place, great place for it. Thank you. Tim?
I'm not sure if this comment I'm going to make fits in this particular category or maybe others as well, like, but it's a planning issue, it's a cost issue, it's a supply issue. What I've often observed is that when there's, say, a new regulation or a new, let's take, say, regulation that affects water quality, it may also impact affordability. It may also impact the sources that are available. So there's this interplay between sources and access to water, cost and affordability, and quality. And so to me, it's, this is almost like one of those cross-cutting issues that the more you push down on one area, it's like a balloon. You know, one of your other areas is going to pop up as a problem. So to me, I don't know how to fit this into the discussion, but it's one of those conundrums that I think we face in trying to find the right balance between those three different interacting issue areas. So anyway, I don't have a solution to that, or certainly not a solution. I don't even know for sure where it fits into our discussion, but I think perhaps it fits into the infrastructure topic better than some others. And I just think it's worth noting that there is this interaction that's often a problem that communities have to deal with.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, for that perspective. And it's funny you mentioned that as you're speaking about it. I'm thinking this is a cross-cutting theme that could kind of go across all the subtopics, right? And when we're talking about infrastructure, affordability for that infrastructure, whether it's green or gray or whatever it's going to be spread around, and what can people afford, right? So that's a great lens to start looking at our subtopics. Sierra, last one.
All right, I have two somewhat unrelated thoughts here. So I really appreciate this. I'm now kind of regretting I didn't join this subcommittee because it's actually like a little, yeah, I might have to. So first, on the new water sources, I think it would be really great to have like one joint meeting with the land use planning group about, I know, just more meetings, because we all have enough time. But it kind of gets to this issue, like the new water supplies. You need to know, to Andrew's point, when on the last topic, you need to know what you're building for, and that's been a challenge from the land use side, but it's also a challenge from the water side and the planning side. These new water sources are really expensive and time-consuming, and you know, we've been partway through a recycled water project and are now starting to get worried we're not going to have the recycled water supply that we had planned for because people keep conserving to try to save money, which, you know, it's getting to the point where we're like, we're not actually going to be able to solve that gap that we had anymore with just recycled water alone. So challenges like that, and like how do we plan for infrastructure that's going to last for 30, 40, 50 years and provide enough water? We don't want to do that kind of in an ad hoc way. We really need to be thoughtful about it. So I think one joint meeting at some point could be really beneficial there. And then to another earlier comment about what system means in improved system flexibility, I think here you're talking water system, but I also see this as an opportunity to like look at regulatory systems and flexibility there. An example being in Santa Cruz, because that's where I work, we've had a water rights changing place of use permit change request that would allow a system that has ample surface water during the winter to be able to serve that outside the place of use, which was very limited at the time to just the city, to be able to utilize existing interties, to be able to send it to other neighboring water agencies that are 100% reliant on groundwater year-round. Like, well, they should be able to use surface water during the winter because it's ample right next door. And also to be able to recharge it. It's taken 2 years, and I believe it's almost approved. I keep hearing every day, it's almost approved, just to get the green light to be able to change the place of use. So that's not even the actual work. That's not the engineering. That's not the moving of water. That was 2 years to get that changed, which to me shows a need for increased flexibility in those cases. It can be done without compromising environmental and human health, but definitely, I think making sure that the term improved system flexibility is really broad to look at all forms of systems that relate to water.
Well, Sierra, with those great ideas, we do offer, a spot in the work group. You're more than welcome to join us. And to your point, the first point, as far as the connectivity, I mean, you've heard it during our discussions today. The development team have obviously talked about the connections between. So I just asked for a little bit of grace for us to develop the concept. We have talked about some joint meetings as well, but you all know the struggle, the logistics of doing that. So we'll get to that. Alvar, I'm hoping that maybe we could get to it in our breakout session.
Thank you. I was just going to say that. Yes. Yes, because this is just to prime the conversation. Now the real conversation will begin. So before I do that, just to check and see if there's any public comment. Anything? No public comment. Okay, so we're just going to move forward. And just as a reminder, the process that we're engaging on in terms of developing recommendations, very similar to what we did last year in terms of identifying the initial ideas for recommendations, then building the details, using the template, which now has been updated based on our conversation in October. Then we have an opportunity to come back, review. If you remember, we did the polling, the 1, 2, 3, to assess the level of detail and information that is needed to finalize it and take it back to the work group to refine. And then we'll come back in October to do the final review and to vote with the disclaimer that some recommendation may require a little bit more time. So we want to be sensitive to that. More important to have fully developed recommendation than to just move them forward. So just wanting to kind of show you where we are along the path, just at the beginning. And as a reminder, we talked about what it is, when we're talking about a recommendation, what are we referencing, what are we looking for, which is a thoughtful, formal suggestion that addresses the issue or challenge described in a problem statement, providing solutions that are specific and actionable related to preparation of, responding to, and recovering from periods of extreme water shortage and drought. And so this recommendation definition is mirroring the purpose of the DRIP Collaborative. So just wanted to remind you. And because we are moving towards a time when we will vote on them, just want to remind you that when we did vote, the criteria of the kind of recommendation we were looking for had to do with impact. Does the recommendation explicitly address the problem statement, the subtopic? Does it align with the purpose of the collaborative and the work that we're accomplishing? Does it have an added value? Some of the things that we talked about, and you will be in conversation, you may surface the fact that some ideas are already happening in different format. Maybe there's an opportunity to provide addition to it and build on it, but we just want to acknowledge that we're looking for ideas that provide an added value and that we want to explicitly identify that. And finally, just to say that, as mentioned throughout the day several times, there's limited capacity to what all of us as a DRIP collaborative can accomplish together. And so as you're thinking about ideas, these are not ideas for somebody else to develop. It's an idea for all of us to develop. So be mindful of your individual capacity, of us as a group, to be able to actually find those ideas for recommendations that we can rally behind and work on. So just a little bit of kind of a thinking about what does it mean when we're looking to develop recommendations. So the process that we're going to have right now, we have 2 rounds of 40 minutes. You've all shared with us your preference in terms of which 2 topics you want to engage on. We will all come back as a full group, so you'll have an opportunity to weigh on the 3rd topic if you haven't had a conversation about it. Each round has 3 key components to it. The rounds are going to be hosted by the DWR team, so you're a point of contact for each of the focus areas with the co-leads. And the first few minutes is really to just make sure that we're all grounded with in the problem statement, the topic areas, and in some cases, you've already identified some initial ideas. So we want to make sure that everybody has the appropriate starting point for conversation. Then you have about half an hour to come up with ideas. And so thinking in mind the criteria I just outlined, I invite you all to share some ideas. Others in the group can build on it, suggest other ones. Essentially, you're looking to create a list of ideas that you think are within the reasonable realm of actually working through. And the last few minutes, we're asking for a poll for you to just think about which might be, given all these different ideas that you've identified, which are kind of the top 3 that you think realistically you want to bring to the larger discussion as ideas for us to move forward. We'll have a 5-minute transition, and then you'll do the same 2nd round, now building on the first discussion and continuing to identify ideas. Again, provide your thoughts about which should be the top 2 to 3 ideas, and then we'll reconvene after a short break to discuss those ideas. During the breaks, the point of contacts and the co-leads are going to work together to quickly create a summary, and then we'll do a report out and have a discussion. And the outcome that we're looking for is a vote, of up and down vote on which topics we want each focus areas to go back to and work on ahead of the July meeting. Any questions about our process, since we're all going to move around? All right, and a question is that it's very hard to leave a discussion to go into a 2nd round, but please do so, because we really want to make sure that we're using this process to get as many ideas and flow of discussion during this time. So Anthony is going to host over there the infrastructure conversation, and this side is land use. Land use will be over here, and the ecosystem is going to be in this corner. Okay, all right. And if you don't remember what you said you wanted to engage in, Zoe did a very scientific, data-driven analysis to make sure to group everybody, and this is what we came up with. So this is round 1. We'll have a 5-minute, and then we'll post the 2nd round, so you don't have to remember where you wanted to go. And we'll have a timer here, so please get into your groups. with your hosts. And we're looking forward to seeing what comes up.
like a whisper in the dawn, soft and clear. A drop of water falls, giving life to hear. It dances on the petals, makes the green fields grow. A silent pledge of life in its gentle flow. In the river song, where the rapids play, life springs forth with each splash and spray. Through the valleys deep and mountains high, water's promise blooms beneath the sky. Oh, water flows with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed. Hear the rainfall serenade, so pure and bright, a lullaby of life in the quiet night. Through the parched desert and the thirsty plain, water's touch brings joy again. From the ocean's depths to a morning's dew, life finds a way in the water's true. In each ripple, wave and flowing tide, hope flows forth and dreams reside. Oh, water flows with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed. Oh, water flows with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed. refreshing as water in late spring. Refreshing as water in late spring. Refreshing as water in late spring. Spring, spring, spring. rushes through the canyon wall so high. Whispers of the wild, it's a sight you can't deny. Mountains tremble as the currents break free. Nature's fury relentless and wild as can be. Roaring thunder echoes in the night. Endless power lighting up with fright. Trees bow down to the water's will. Untamed energy, no moment stands still. Rivers are raging, hearts are breaking, chaos in motion, all the world shaking. In the swirl of madness, we can't find peace. Rivers keep raging till the storms release. Wind howls warnings of the surge ahead. Ancient spirits awaken from their bed. Boulders crumble, lost to the stream. Madness in the water, like a waking dream. We're standing on the edge, looking down below, feeling the intensity of the river's flow. No calm in sight, it's a wild ride. Hold on tight, let the forces collide. Rivers are raging, hearts are breaking, chaos in motion, all the world shaking. In the swirl of madness, we can't find peace. Rivers keep raging till the storms release. Rivers are raging, hearts are breaking, chaos in motion, all the world shaking. In the swirl of madness, we can't find peace. Rivers keep raging till the storms release.
So just a reminder, infrastructure with Anthony at the end. Land use planning with Julie. Right there. And Zoe has the, there you go.
hearts dry as bone, crying out to skies, bleeding storm song. Desperation runs deep in dusty ground. Thirsty souls search where no solace found. Ancient streams whisper through forgotten dreams, seeking truth in the flow of gentle means. Silent prayers echo in the wild night air. Every drop brings hope, life we declare. Water bringing breath to our weary souls. Life's blood flowing through the cracked holes. Healing power in each tear we cry.
wrapping up your conversation. We'll take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back 3:45 to hear from everyone.
Like a whisper in the dawn, soft and clear, a drop of water falls, giving life to hear. It dances on the petals, makes the green fields grow, a silent pledge of life in its gentle flow. In the river song, where the rapids play, life springs forth with each splash and spray. Through the valleys deep and mountains high, water's promise blooms beneath the sky. Oh, water flows with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed. Hear the rainfall serenade, so pure and bright, a lullaby of life in the quiet night. Through the parched desert and the thirsty plain, water's touch brings joy again. From the ocean's depths to a morning's dew, life finds a way in the water's true. In each ripple, wave and flowing tide, hope flows forth and dreams reside. Oh, water flows with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed. Oh, water flows with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed. refreshing as water in late spring. Refreshing as water in late spring. Refreshing as water in late spring. Refreshing as water in late spring.
All right, everyone. If you can come back. I know, it's so quiet. I'm having a hard time using this. All right. Okay, well, that was a lively conversation. Thanks, everyone. So what we're going to do the remaining of our time today is we're going to hear from each of the focus groups. on some of the top ideas that you've discussed and see if there are any places or any topics or ideas that are worth moving forward and continuing and shaping and discussing, recognizing as we're having some of the conversations led to ideas, but they were still not so well refined that you can say, oh, that's a recommendation idea. But there were enough that it gives you direction as a focus group as you meet in June to really start developing. So we just want to find those areas of what is it that you should be focusing on moving into the June meeting to start shaping a recommendation. So starting with the ecosystem, would you like to share? Are the co-leads going to share? All right. So just by process, we're going to talk about these. We're going to try and identify a couple based on this that you want to bring into a full list. And Zoe, Glenn, can I ask one of you to move those ideas into that full list? Yeah, so later when we vote on it, that would be great. Thank you. All right.
I'll get this started. I think I am both co-leads as of this moment, but welcome to have anyone join as a co-lead. All right, so the first one we talked about is prioritization of in-stream flow requirements for streams of high ecological function and pick a pilot project to implement that in-stream flow. The second one is drafting incentives for setting in-stream flows. One example we have is the landowner cooperative solutions model off of the emergency regulations that are currently in place in the Shasta and Scott. So basically, why would people do this? We'll give them reasons why they should do it. Granting and contracting streamlining to make restoration less expensive, looking specifically making it easier for state agencies to implement restoration. The other one is incorporating watershed plans into the general plan guidelines and identify incentives for implementation of those watershed plans. The last one is playing off the Cutting the Green Tape initiative, creating an ease of permitting for those restoration projects and continue to push the objectives of the Cutting the Green Tape initiatives that Sammy and everyone else at CNRA is doing a great job of doing right now. So these are broad, these are distillations of very, as you all experienced in your work groups, larger conversations, so may not exactly capture it. So maybe I'll just welcome anyone to offer any thoughts or edits on those.
Yeah, so it'd be good, given this list, and if there's anything else that those who participated in the conversation want to add on, is would love to hear from anyone who sees something here or based on your conversation that you would like to suggest as an idea that we should all move forward. Any thoughts about that from those who were in the conversation? Go. Oh.
Oh, so I was out of the conversation, except that we had a similar conversation in.
Maybe the microphone?
Yes, I like the idea of incorporating watershed plans in the general plan guidelines, plus incentives for the implementation. I live in a watershed, and I think that is, that kind of covers a lot of categories. It gets into infrastructure, natural infrastructure, it gets into land use, and I like that theme, like the idea.
Any other thoughts about this particular topic from anyone? Things you like about it or don't like about it? Go ahead, Anna.
I want to add one other topic that came up that didn't quite make it to this recommendation list, which is to incorporate traditional ecological knowledge and partnerships with tribes as a core piece of restoration activities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, That's great, thank you. So we can maybe add that to the slide, but any other thoughts from the group in terms of just selling an idea for all of us to work on?
Just want to second Anna's point on that one. I think that it'd be really interesting to take a look at seeing how it'd be more easy to implement TEK type projects, traditional ecological knowledge type projects, and seeing if that's reflected, because I frankly don't know, in the cutting the green tape and ease of permitting conversation. So.
It is in the fire space.
Yeah, in the fire space. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
What was the comment? I'm sorry.
Sorry, didn't use my mic. I was just saying it is in the fire space. There's kind of mechanisms for reducing barriers and streamlining when working directly with tribes. That's what you're speaking to, right? Yeah, so there's some kind of cool examples of that in terms of cultural burn. So maybe that's something to kind of learn from and adopt in this space.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add that that component can also be really helpful for drought resilience as well, cultural burns to enhance the health of forests and make them more resilient to drought, and then improving the health of the entire watershed and making it more resilient to drought as well.
One more addition on that.
Yes.
Just to say, I mentioned in my intro that we did about our salmon strategy and some conversations around that recently. And a theme that came out from our recent roundtable was the connection between fire and salmon, so fire and aquatic ecosystems. So just kind of echoing that really came up in that space, and tribal leaders were articulating the importance of that kind of full watershed fire management. And, you know, I think there's a drought aquatic ecosystem connection there.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
That third one, granting and contracting streamlining, is that about like ease of permitting, or is it about grant funds?
We were, and Sammy, I think you started this one, so I'll just offer this as the cold lead response. More about the grant piece of it, not the restoration project itself.
Yeah, the idea was, you know, thinking about complementing the cutting the green tape piece, which was about permitting. But this idea was you kind of could apply the same principles to grant making. And how do you essentially make, exactly, how do you streamline the ability for folks to, you know, pull grant funds from our state programs, federal programs, et cetera.
And that seems to tie right into, I only listened to the second round where we were talking about implementation barriers. There were planning efforts, but implementation, there's so many barriers. So really thinking through what are the suite of barriers and what might be potential ways to overcome them, where this might be a subtopic within that. Sierra, did you have a comment?
Yeah, on that granting and contracting streamlining issue, well, it's not exactly, but tangentially, one of the things we also talked about was the challenge for local, you know, nonprofits or even local agencies who receive grant funds to do a restoration project. They're then required to maintain it for sometimes decades, and that's like a laughable proposal in reality, and it doesn't really happen. So trying to figure out, that can be a barrier sometimes to even a willingness for an organization to apply for funds. If it's like, you know, they'll support the construction, but if there's going to be significant maintenance over a long period of time. So trying to figure out a way to, I'm not saying we don't maintain, but we find a way for there to be some sort of continued partnership with the state to maintain some of these projects where maintenance is going to be a potentially big cost. My suggestion was the Conservation Corps just does it for us, but, you know, open to discussion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, to add to that, I like that recommendation idea, and I think maybe even saying to make it less expensive and more accessible maybe, or something like that, but it has to do with like, yeah, improving flexibility of funding so that they can reach more communities.
All right. Any other comments? Just being mindful of time, so we go through all the groups. Anything that anyone wants to highlight as something that they think that they would be really interested in following up on? I'm not quite asking for a lead yet, but just a kind of a word of support to any of these that you might want to really focus on. Especially those who are in this specific focus area work group. Yeah, go ahead.
The prioritization of the in-stream flow requirements for, I guess, 1 and 2, I'm interested in.
The first and the second one?
Yeah.
All
Or, yeah,
right.
the first, like, from top to bottom.
Yeah. Anybody else from the focus group who want to just highlight the ones that they want to? Because we're going to move those two into the final list. We're going to still track all the ideas, but we want to get to a place where we have kind of an agenda moving forward. So we have those first 2 items right now. Anything else, especially from the focus group? Okay, just checking.
I'll put in a nod for the granting and contracting, just because we are lucky enough to do a lot of granting and contracting, and we have some thoughts on making that easier for restoration parties and natural resource agencies that offer funding.
Okay, so we have those 3. And again, they're just ideas that we want to move forward to further consider. Is that okay, Glenn, to move those first 3 into our list? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move to the second one. Land use planning. Who's going to speak on behalf of the group?
I'm going to attempt.
Okay.
Yeah, this was challenging, and I really appreciate Julie managed to put this onto a table, which is very impressive. So one of the first things that we wanted to just lean into related to the topic area, I just had it in front of me, but the agricultural economies and land use transitions was really leaning into the multi-benefit land repurposing program, because it does offer a lot of opportunities, and there could be some better integrating that program into some of the planning that happens at the regional level, especially when looking at water. So the groundwater sustainability agencies, potentially counties, could be looking at this as an opportunity to partner to incentivize some of the changes that they feel might need to be made from a land use perspective. The second item here, the water housing nexus, it's a really big topic, and it's something that we are understanding that we have to be very careful about how we talk about it, because we certainly aren't trying to say, no more housing. That's absolutely not what we're trying to say, but making sure that there is better coordination about the timing of how RENA allocates their populations to different communities, trying to have some way to protect areas where there really is no water supply from making sure that populations don't get diverted to those areas just because nobody wants them in existing areas, but rather leaning into areas that can absorb more population because they have the water infrastructure available. And really just trying to figure out how do we quantify impacts, especially in these rural areas. There might need to be more monitoring done as housing's going in to make sure that if you don't have a bunch of perhaps somewhat low density, but a large number of sprawled low density housing going in such a way that it's impacting people's wells and water supplies already. So that's definitely something to look into. Something I'm pretty excited about is the concept of just looking at all the various plans, mandated plans that are all related to this water and housing and land use nexus, and how do they, what is their authority, and how do they coordinate, and how do we improve that? So some examples up here: groundwater sustainability plans, urban water management plans, drought response plans through SB 552, the county and city general plans. They all they all have a role in impacting water resources, but they are sometimes laughably uncoordinated in terms of how they work together, and they're at various different scales that really, you can't do planning necessarily. Like, you can't really do comprehensive planning at the scales of some of these. You need to be thinking more holistically. A conversation that I feel like we're just starting and have to do some more research on is the idea of transferring of development rights. So basically incentivizing property owners in more rural areas to be able to kind of limit the development on their property into perpetuity, but then allowing that to be used in more suitable areas to increase density. And there's examples in other states of something like this, and we're not sure how it would work in California, but it's definitely, there might be something to that to explore. And then essentially making monitoring requirements in rural areas for new development. Some changes that were decided was to move the recharge, groundwater recharge subtopic area into the infrastructure. It doesn't mean that recharge isn't still going to be kind of holistically incorporated into all of this, but that there might be it might be more suitably located in that other working group. So thank you for that. And then another thought is this watershed and bioregional planning. Specifically, we focused on the general plan as an area for this, and that's because a county can do a general plan for the unincorporated county, and every city within that county has its own general plan, and they are possibly all using the same water supplies, and they're probably using all the same water supplies, but their land use planning is, fragmented. And so the water planning gets fragmented. So looking at this watershed or bioregional planning for maybe general plans, maybe other plans, but as part of this integration to make sure that you aren't piecemealing things in such a way that you're over taxing your water systems. Okay. Anything anyone wants to add?
Yeah, that's great. All right, so let's see. Given these 5 ideas, recommendation ideas, I'm also looking at the last 2, and they seem in some way connected or touching the housing water nexus as well in some way. So yeah, would love to get thoughts from everyone, focus area specifically, the members, in terms of where do you see an opportunity to really advance the conversation and further develop these ideas? What are your thoughts on it? Go ahead, Suzanne.
So I will expand on the AgRes idea to create monitoring requirements for new developments that go into rural communities that are on wells and septics. We have a lot of that. We have a lot of that going into our community where you have new subdivisions coming in. And with zoning overlays, there can be as many as 3 or 4 units now per 2-acre parcel. And they are on wells and septic tanks. So all of the residents that are around them are going to be impacted not only by potentially water levels in their wells, but also water quality with respect to the additional sewer systems that will be on these parcels. So my idea was to maybe, and I have brought it up at meetings where the city, where our jurisdiction is coming in with these new projects, that there be a homeowners association of some sort that has required monitoring, some kind of a monitoring well in that community that is actually reporting out on some kind of a public database, and also a monitoring system for wells that would be around them, the private wells that are in existence, so that we could start gathering data and start kind of a network of wells in different ways in these rural communities.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that the AgRes idea fits under that housing water nexus in a way too, because it's, yeah, designating areas where you can or can't develop or monitor water supply there. I think all of these are great ideas. It's hard to whittle them down. I do think the transfer of development rights is one that's more like an idea. We need to do some more research there. I feel like 2 and 3 are ones maybe that we could lean into as recommendations at this point. And the multi-benefit land repurposing one's great too. That is an existing program. So I think the idea there was more so can we just support it and maybe replicate it in other parts of the state?
Terrific, thank you. Others of what it is that you want to sink your teeth into? Oh, go ahead, sorry. Looking right at you. And then
I
Kyle.
was actually going to, for the second and third, ask our colleagues at Lucy to weigh in, because I think my understanding is they're already doing some work in that area, are going to have work groups on things, or at least incorporating water. And so I don't know if like some of that might actually be ongoing, but I don't know the full scope of it. So I didn't want to speak for you all, but it just seems like if some of that's happening, then that's a good place to kind of link in.
And even to just expand on that question is, what might be an added value to get from the DRIP in terms of supporting that? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So we are doing part of this as our general plan guideline update, and the optional water element guidance will think about, integration with the various plans. We're also talking to Julie about work that DWR could do to help support that. So I think that is something that would be easy to move forward and continue working on as part of the DRIP Collaborative, and I think could fold in some of that watershed bioregional planning from the parking lot down at the bottom into that idea as well.
Great. So again, support for maybe further exploring 2 and 3 as, yeah, okay. Go ahead, Kyle, and then Anna.
Yeah, I would want, as part of a discussion around extending support for the MLRP, just talking about how if the MLRP or other transition programs are going to meet the need of communities on the ground and the amount of suspected fallowing we're likely to see, how do we make sure if we are going to do that at such a scale that we are looking at it more regionally, more broadly, to make sure that benefits of land transition can be realized in a holistic way?
Thank you. Anna?
And I want to express interest in continuing to develop recommendations related to land repurposing, and that can be linked to the multi-benefit land repurposing program, but also potentially more broadly, given, again, like the scale of land use transitions that we're anticipating seeing, and knowing that not all of the regions that will be experiencing land use transition will be able to access the multi-benefit land repurposing program. So how can we share some of the best practices that are beginning to evolve in that program to incorporate things like ensuring that we have meaningful community benefits as a core piece of planning and project selection and development.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Emily.
I'll just say I support this conversation happening over here as well.
Terrific. All right, any other comments on this? All right, so would it be okay if if we take those top 3 ideas, knowing that some of the other ones might fold into those discussions? Is that okay, Glenn? Those top 3? Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, moving on to water infrastructure.
Hello. So I think we have 6 here. We had a difficult time whittling down. Develop green infrastructure investment plan with the intention of growing more fish and more flows under ESA flow requirements, ultimately benefiting the water supply. Partnerships in the San Joaquin Valley among parties who have access to water rights to develop infrastructure to move water. Identifying next steps, planning gaps, and solutions for vulnerable communities, and explore more stable funding solutions. So that's kind of a build off our previous identifying vulnerable communities. Improve systems and regulatory flexibility. We heard quite a bit about that. Once Sierra made her initial comment, there was a lot of yeah, I echo that sort of concern around regulatory issues. Identify local gaps, and the conversation there is, there's a lot of local work happening, a lot of it's siloed though, so we want to identify what's not happening and see if we can assist there. And then this one actually got punted to us from the land use group, but we're good. Kyle volunteered. Anyway, taking on groundwater recharge as part, so we had a bucket of work under new water sources, and so we would take groundwater recharge and nature-based solutions into that sort of suite of work. And the reason why it got moved over was because the conversation, at least the one I was in part of with land use planning, it really, groundwater recharge, a lot of conversation was happening around the infrastructure part of it. So anyway, so it lent itself, it migrated our way. We're not taking it away from you. If you want to talk about, that's fine. But anyway, so that's what we've got.
And we put the asterisks there because those were the one that you very specifically in your discussion identified.
We have some
specific
volunteers to take
members
those
who want to
specifically.
support these. Okay. All right. Comments, questions, ideas. Anna, is yours up from before? Okay. But yeah, we'd love to hear from others who participated in the discussion. On your thoughts, especially about those three that were identified as ideas that you're interested in doing more digging into. All right.
I wanted to comment on the identifying next steps, planning gaps, and so we had also a conversation, I think, earlier this morning or this afternoon, and even in the, among our group before. And I think that, sometimes we just jump into infrastructure solutions, and I think it's important to reflect on what are our vulnerabilities. So we first should identify what are our vulnerabilities to think about planning solutions and infrastructure solutions. And I think that, to me, that's a really important first step. We talked, and it was really interesting, the conversation here, to think about, funding solutions. And also, we talked a little bit about larger utilities that usually have more capacity to plan and invest, and smaller utilities that maybe don't have. I wanted, maybe I'm wrong, so anyone can comment on this, but when we talked about vulnerable communities here, we are not necessarily, at least is my impression, talking about, what we could talk about disadvantaged communities is more about vulnerability within the water availability. Some of them might be disadvantaged too, or some might be less, but it's that there are some places in the state that are more vulnerable given their water connections, infrastructure connections, or infrastructure availability.
If I can just follow up on it, I'm curious, given that, for example, thinking about SB 552, where we have the counties working on their drought resilience plan and they're using DWR's vulnerability tool, some of the resources from the State Water Board, did you talk about how this particular idea is building on that, or how does it relate to it? Just thinking about that concept of added value and how you're, what the thinking was around that. From anyone, it wasn't just directed at you, but just in general, as you were talking about this, this idea, just wondering how does it build on what is currently being done in the space? Go ahead.
So in our group, I don't think we talked about the county planning specifically, but we were talking about the SAFER vulnerability assessment a little bit and how that, right now, there's not really the data to incorporate infrastructure connections into that analysis, and so that would be a gap.
Okay. Thank you. Any other thoughts about that or ideas or? Go ahead, Si.
Oops. I just wanted to make a comment about the county drought task forces, and that seems to be a current gap. Being that there haven't been any, and there's a lot of counties that are still in the process of setting that up. Specifically regarding domestic wells and small water systems. So basically from 1 to 14 connections. And each county is working on having some kind of resources available to, at the county level. So that's kind of my wheelhouse. Because, Rural Community Assistance Corporation is kind of in the name. And so that's my audience, that's who comes to my workshops, and I've had several people reach out to me from my own county and some others as well, for potential resources. So it's just kind of low-hanging fruit, I think.
All right, thank you. Other comments? Go ahead.
So just to build on that comment, I think in talking about vulnerable rural communities, you really have to consider that so many of the residents are aging in place in their homes. A lot of the residents built back in the 70s and 80s that are, aging in the home. So vulnerability based on age, not just on jobs or on language barriers. There's, a lot of issues that I see, we're staying in our home and we're getting up there, managing it all. So I think that has to be a consideration on fixed incomes too. A lot of people are on fixed incomes.
Thanks. Yeah.
I just, my mother is aging in place in Tucson, and that's a conversation that we're having, not just for her in Tucson, but in my own community where I live in Mendocino County. So I think there's a real opportunity to include that concept in any kind of planning.
Mm-hmm. So appreciate the discussion and the importance of addressing this. Want to look at some of the other one that you have asterisks to just make sure that we're all understanding what it is, especially the improved systems and regulatory flexibility. Does anybody from the group want to speak to that? Just build it up a little bit? What was the intention?
Well, I think it started originally as an intention of improving infrastructure systems to create more flexibility within the system, because we're dealing with obviously climate whiplash and things like that, and I feel like sometimes we can't move fast enough to manage water. So I think that was probably part of the initial concept, but today Sierra and a couple others who are not all here right now, we're talking about the lag in the regulatory process that is prohibiting some pretty basic things happening that should be not that difficult. I don't know, Sierra, if you feel free to jump in. I know you're not in the group, but we're adding you on, so.
Yeah,
That was established this morning, yes.
That was exactly the point, is that there are barriers that exist that are essentially paperwork barriers, not physical barriers, that should be easier to solve.
Okay. So that's just coupling both the physical and the regulatory barriers. All right. Okay. So, and given that and does anyone want to speak to the groundwater recharge as a new water source, nature-based solutions?
I think that's just amplifying our desire to consider more green infrastructure projects, and then also focusing on groundwater recharge, not only for the need, but the infrastructure challenges around that as well.
Okay.
I think that's.
All right, so we'll move those three with the asterisks where there were volunteers who really wanted to work on these and support the discussion to create our list. And before we move forward, I don't know if we will have any public comments, but would love to hear, especially from those who joined the conversations. without pointing at you, but if you want to share a little bit about what you shared or your perspective on some of the ideas that were discussed, we'd love to hear from you. Anything to add? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, anybody online? No, okay. All right, well, let's look at our list. And I'm just checking with the team. Is there anything that you want to bring up before we kind of walk through this? Any thoughts? No? Wait, you need a microphone, which you have right there. Yeah.
The number one on the water infrastructure that was proposed or brainstormed, that there's a lot of things that maybe we could offer some inform session on what is going on, because there's a lot of things going on in that space that would, so that could be oriented on, like building on it instead of trying to, I don't know, redo what we're working on.
Yeah, and that reminds me, if you remember the framework that we've kind of talked through last year around inform, complement, and lead, that as the work groups are coming back together, maybe there's an opportunity to look back at these ideas with that framing in mind. Are these topics that the DRIP Collaborative and others should be informed about because there's work being done in that space? Are there programs or ideas that are already ongoing that we can amplify and complement? And is there anything that is completely new? If you remember that framing around, do we need to learn more about it? Are there things happening that we can add to it? And are there complete gaps where there's nothing that has been done that we want to add to? So that might be a way to kind of really understand those topics in terms of if there is a lot already happening, we should understand and really think about where is the added value that we're bringing, engaging on it. So I think that's an important thing to come back to. Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Anthony.
No, I just want to acknowledge the two groups and the collaborative effort in the discussion, and it may not have been captured wholly as what you might represent the sentences here. And there's more than just the three here, so we look forward to kind of developing them with you and through this year, maybe even next year if some don't make it through this year. They were all pretty good ideas. Again, they're at the idea stage. For the water infrastructure, we're a little bit further behind the other two work groups in development, but I think we've got a really good start and a roadmap to a lot of good recommendations, so thank you.
Right, so we now have 9 ideas, and that's just a subset of all the other ideas that came up in conversations. And if you remember last year, just for perspective and a bit of a reality check, we worked on 6 out of 7 recommendations. We worked on 7, but I shouldn't discount
Landed
that.
on 6.
We voted. We worked on 7 recommendations. We approved 6. So just the level of effort that went into it and making sure that we can all commit to a number of recommendations to work on. And so the idea was for us to vote on what it is that we want to advance and make sure that we have recommendation leads. So we want to make sure that behind the one that we select to continue and work on, that there is at least one member who's leading that effort with the support of the work group. So one way to do it is for us to just all vote on the 9 and identify the 5 to 7 that everybody should be working on because you all agree these are important ideas. Another is for each group to go back and look at their 3 and figure out what they have capacity and interest. But ultimately, we want to look at the criteria around, does the recommendation idea address the problem statement, provide added value? Is it relevant? Does it align with the work of the collaborative? And as I just mentioned, the capacity issue is particularly important. So I think we should go through that voting exercise, if that's okay with everybody, and see how everybody feels about it. And I'm wondering if you're able to track votes on it, like numbers of how many think they would like to see that move forward. So it's not a yes or no so much as yes, we want to continue, and we'll count how many. Go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering if there might also, I know 9 is already a lot, but if there might be an opportunity to add other recommendations further down the road, in particular noticing that not all of the DRIP members are present and that there may be some folks that aren't here that would be interested in taking lead on a recommendation that hasn't filtered to the top so far in our conversation.
Yes, I think kind of a key principle as we are meeting and doing this work together, that the work is DRIP collaborative member led, right? It's your agenda to advance. And so yes, if you meet in your work group and there is an interest to move something, to work on something that we did not fully discuss here, I think it's appropriate to bring it back to the collaborative at the next meeting and continue the discussion around it. What we really wanted to make sure that we leave to get together today with an agenda, with clear charge, with ideas that generally everybody is supportive of, is what we're looking for. Go ahead. Okay.
So just last year, we did start with 8, and then we combined 2, and then we deferred 1. So
That's true.
I guess I'm just wondering, is there like a number we're trying to get to? Because if someone wants to develop each of these, I'd be supportive of it. But if we're trying to whittle down, then I can like vote to prioritize, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think the most important thing is that there is someone who's willing to support these. So,
So I guess the nature of the
Maybe
vote,
that
are we
would be
trying
a
to get
good-
someone to volunteer for each, or, because otherwise it's like, it's just unclear what we're voting on.
we're doing 2 things. One is to get a general support for the ideas that we want to work on. And 2, we want to make sure that there is a lead who's willing to support the development of these. And I'll share with you just kind of a little bit about the next steps and the template. But, you know, somebody, as you remember from last year, somebody needs to work on those templates to kind of create the recommendations out of this. So the first question is, does everybody agree that these are generally good ideas? And then who's willing to work on them? Lead them, because you'll be doing it as part of the group. Yep. So when you're looking at this, maybe I'll just start with that. Do you see any recommendations that you would like to lead? Maybe we can start with that. Do we have leads for these recommendations? Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I think Carolina and I said we'd lead the first one in water infrastructure. We'd co-lead that together. And not to put Emily on the spot, but I'd love to co-lead Recharge with you.
I was going to volunteer, so that's perfect, Kyle. All right, thanks.
So number 1, Kyle is going to lead that with Emily. Co-lead it with Emily.
The first one is with Carolina, and then the third one is with Emily.
And then I would-
2. There are 2. The first one with Carolina, the second one.
As long as I have a co, that way I'm only, it's
understand.
technically just one, right?
Ambitious, okay. So for improved systems and regulatory financing?
It's supposed to be flexibility. Yeah, not financing.
Yeah, so it's correct there. The planning gaps, solutions for vulnerable communities and more funding solutions was us. I'm not on 2, but then, yes, that.
This is correct.
Yes.
Glenn got it correctly, okay. All right, that's great. Okay, so.
I will help with the second one in that one, but yeah, now that it's flexibility. So thank you. I can
You would
help
like to lead that?
And if there's a I would be even more happy.
All right, okay. Anyone wants to co-lead with Laura at this point? All right. Okay, all right, that's terrific, thank you. And again, co-lead does not mean that you're on your own, right? This is all still work that you're doing with your work group, but it would require a lot more attention and actually working on the template together. So that's the water infrastructure. What about land use? Any volunteers to help lead the discussion and developing? Anna, are you is that you volunteering?
Yes, happy to lead or co-lead the land repurposing focused recommendation.
All right. Reggie, what are you volunteering for? I see you have your. Everybody's checking to make sure they don't have the tent.
Joel. I will, I think there's enough interaction between 1 and 2 in ecosystem that they could probably be combined. And I'll volunteer to lead that. Would love a co-lead, but happy to volunteer to lead that.
So the first one you're volunteering to lead, and you're looking for someone to support the second one? No.
On the second one, the 1 and 2,
think
I
they're
think
gonna
can be
combine?
combined. But I think we should have that
Okay.
discussion with the group.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so you're going to bring that back to the group
Yeah.
and discuss for 1 and 2 to combine. All right. The granting and contracting streamlining, it's a lot of INGs. Anybody's interested in supporting that discussion, that recommendation?
Oh, yes, I will, yeah. Yes, definitely. Yeah, who do you think?
We should leave it out for now?
Are you, sorry, were you talking about grant?
I'm talking about the third one, an ecosystem. Is that something that needs to?
I'm interested in that. I would love a co-lead. Sammy, I'm looking at you, but it's not necessary.
Would you like to make a case for someone to co-lead with you, why it's so important?
The case I will make is that if we can make it cheaper to implement restoration projects, we're going to have more restoration projects in California and therefore more water supply reliability.
All right. Anyone wants to help Reggie bring that recommendation forward?
I have a question as a new member. What does this co-leading entail?
Just going to move these forward. All right, so especially for the new members, but also a reminder to everyone, is the way that we developed the recommendation last year is we had a template. Last year, there were Part 0, if you remember, Part 1 and Part 2. We combined them. We updated the template in terms of what topics need to be explored in order to build out a recommendation. And so the role of the lead is to really make sure that through discussion, identification of SMEs, any kind of research that you need to do, that you're able to put this template together as a way to really develop a recommendation. So the pieces that the template has is that general description of the recommendation. What are the desired outcomes, particularly important? How does this recommendation align with other initiatives, other related efforts? The third one around implementation consideration, starting to think about who might be implementing. Remember, the DRIP Collaborative is not an implementing task force. So who might be poised to support and advance the recommendation, the timing, what needs to happen in order to implement the recommendation, how do we know we're successful, so some evaluative components to it. What might be some challenges that need to be considered, and funding consideration. If you remember last time, we asked you to like really think through the cost. This time, it's more of a general funding consideration. And the fourth component is what we talked about this morning that still needs to be updated, but the idea of considering those cross-cutting themes. How do they show up in the recommendation? So the lead would be essentially in charge of kind of putting that template together with the support of the work group members.
Okay, that was super helpful. I can co-lead with you, Reggie.
There you
Granting.
go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
So Natalie and I were just discussing that we could together co-lead 2 and 3 under land use.
The housing water
Yeah.
nexus.
And the assessing
And-
how the plans interact and.
That's terrific. All right. That's great. Okay, well, we don't need to whittle down anything at this point. Go ahead, Anna.
For process, will the work groups be reconvening to discuss the recommendation templates, or should we be spinning off into like different combinations of folks to process? Sorry if I'm jumping ahead.
Well, that's the next step, right? So here's the nice QR code to help you to help us schedule the June meeting. But I think we're going to start as we did last time, where last year, where the focus areas, the work group were the one meeting, and within each meeting, you covered the various recommendations under that focus area. So we'll do that. So what the lead will do with support of your point of contact is to start working on that description and bring that to the focus group and have conversations and discussions about that and solicit feedback and support. So the next step would be for all the leads. We'll hear from from DWR staff in terms of just moving things forward. If there is a need to bring in any kind of subject matter experts to share information with the focus groups, then we'll plan for that. So that would be the next step. So if you haven't put your availability for the June meeting, then use the QR code and do so. The land use planning work group has already been scheduled for June 9th. No, not good. We'll follow up. And let's see. Meeting summary will be available in the next week or two. We'll try and get it out really fast so you can get all the comments and discussion points that we had today, so you can incorporate that into the recommendation development. So we'll do that. We'll provide the summary. Well, I know it by heart. Let's see. Meeting summary, schedule the meetings, work with you, and hopefully bring a draft template to the July meeting so we can have more of a discussion about developing those recommendations. Any questions? All right. Okay, well, I think it's your computer. Okay. Oh, okay. So I can use that. All right, so I went through the template. The last thing that we were going to bring up again is the timeline, just as a reminder. Here you go. So, yeah, so we have it's a relatively short window between now and July 18th to bring some draft language for conversation. And again, just a reminder that even though we have this timeline with the idea of voting on these at the October meeting, we recognize that these are weighty topics and it's going to require quite a bit of work. And so if we don't get to that point in October, we'll work through it as we need to. But that's that's the intention in terms of the timing. All right. Public comment? No? right. Okay, so the last thing that we have are closing comments, and before Anthony closes the meeting, I was hoping that we could just kind of go around for just some reflections about today's meeting and just the fact that we have set up a very ambitious agenda for the year. So I was just going to go around. If you don't want to share a reflection, that's okay, you can pass. But just want to give everybody a chance to help close the meeting. So I'll start with you, Tammy, if you have any thoughts. I can come, the first gets to be last too.
Yeah, I was going to vote for that, first being last, so I'll pass it over to Laura. I think I need some time to reflect on my reflections.
Sounds good. Okay.
I mentioned this in an earlier session with Anthony, that my reflection is that some of the challenges a few of us are bringing up, somebody already has either been working on it or has an idea of a project. So I feel like it's learning about all of these solutions that are already out there, but they're not being communicated or expanded, or, the message amplified of those potential solutions that could be helpful in other areas. So there was a lot that I took today that I'm like, oh, that is an idea and that is an idea for some of the challenges that I'm facing, or that those that I know are facing.
It's related. It's just really appreciating all the expertise in the room, the many years of experience. I think also just the challenges can seem very big and overwhelming, but I do think that everybody trying to break the issues down to something that's manageable at the agency level, but also at the regional level, I think is just provides a lot of hope that we can achieve solutions.
So as the public member, it is really nice to see the commitment of all of these public agencies and nonprofits and all of the groups that are working toward this effort. And I kind of felt about the recommendations. This time they're a lot more nuanced in a lot of ways, maybe more sophisticated, not as easily defined. And there's no funding for a lot of, I think, and there's no funding.
I just appreciate the rich discussion in the room, and like somebody said, the expertise that's here, and together we're cobbling it all into something tangible.
Yeah, I feel really optimistic about the role that DRIP can play in helping California grapple with some of these really big challenges in a way that I haven't felt over the last couple of years. Like, I think that we've really coalesced into an effective body that can make some really meaningful recommendations and hopefully inform beneficial change.
Thank you. Thanks for including me in my first DRIP Collaborative meeting. It was a great day, and I am likewise feeling really optimistic about what we can accomplish.
I'll also share my thanks as a new person. I think it's really heartening to see the different sectors represented here, and the different, geographies and types of communities and across our huge state. And if you think about just how big our state is, and that can feel challenging, but I think the ability to kind of structure this and start to talk through issues is, helps us see those connections between each other and learning from each other. So I found it really heartening to see that folks can bring together their different experiences. And I think also for me, it's always helpful to listen to people who are closer to the issues than I am, where I'm working on a statewide level. And, you all have such rich expertise in your areas that you work in. So just enjoy learning from you.
I think a lot of the same thoughts. Very much appreciate the attendance, the diversity of perspectives, the engagement, the expertise, and I think there's a huge opportunity for learning and for solutions this year. Thank you.
Yeah, just echoing the thanks for creating the environment where you have diverse perspectives. That's where the best creative solutions happen. So thanks to the DRIP team.
Every time I come here, I learn something from somebody in this group, so I'm always grateful for that. And my perspective on the funding challenges we have is really that's not our problem. I think our problem is to plan, and when the funding becomes available, then that's when we prioritize. So we plan as though the funding will become available one day. Otherwise, we would not be talking about anything right now, I think, to be realistic. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Just appreciate everybody's taking the time to be here and being engaged and just getting the opportunity to learn from everybody here.
I'll echo what many others have already said, but appreciate everyone's time and the thought and consideration you all brought, particularly for those who did all the work leading up to the meeting. Thank you.
Collaboration is it's a core value at my organization, and so really appreciate the collaborative efforts. I don't think that at least in my corner of the world we network enough, and I always encourage that in my own workshops. So just really appreciating that. And aging in place, that's a great topic.
Excuse me. So yeah, I just wanted to say thanks to everyone. It's always great to be in this. I think I was surprised that we are already in our 3rd year. It's crazy. So, and thanks for the DWR folks and all of you that put this together. Thank you.
Yeah, echoing things that have already been said for sure, but I always learn so much when I attend these meetings, and it's amazing to hear all these different perspectives from such a diverse state where there are so many different ways that everyone engages with and understands water. So it's a long day, but it's always really engaging, and I learn a lot. So thank you so much to you all and to the organizing team. I know we throw a lot of disparate ideas out there, so thank you for helping organize and kind of herd us into one direction.
The advantage of being last is you can just say ditto and it's covered. But I just want to say that the same thing in the sense that we often forget. I live in a small rural county and I sit next to Carolina, that's Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, how big our state is and how diverse it is. And yet we have to work together to make this system work because it was built for everybody. And so I think that's really the key thing I always come away from this meeting is we are diverse, but we are capable of solving problems. So I appreciate that about everyone.
Yeah, I similarly just appreciate the opportunity to see and work with people, especially people that I don't often get to work with and see on topics I don't usually get to talk about all the time. So it's fun to put on, land use hats that I don't always get to wear. And just really have a good spirit of collaboration, and just also big thank you to all the staff who helped make this happen.
Ditto. Just kidding, just kidding. I guess what I would say is I do really agree with what a lot of folks say here today. Grateful, so very grateful for the DWR team who does this work and puts so much time into it, because it does bring a group of people together that would probably not normally be together. And then also hearing that we're going to bring some of the experts in land use and housing into this conversation. I'm just really excited about that. So thank you.
Well, the closing comments, I will reiterate our thankfulness for all of you to join, not just the collaborative, but to be here committed for these long days that are full agenda packed, right? I do want to recognize what Brent mentioned and Emily mentioned. We are a diverse state, but we're a capable state. We are now the 4th largest economy in the world. It's just how we allocate it. And I'm inspired, and I hope you are all inspired by not just your diverse perspectives that you bring to the table, but your creativity, the brain power in this room was really impressive, especially during the breakout sessions. Hopefully the other work groups felt that. I saw it. I saw little gleams in the eyes from all of you. So I'm inspired by that, and I hope you're inspired by that. And I hope you're so inspired that you respond to the survey email for the work group meetings. show us your gratitude by responding, because we do have to, under Bagley-Keene rules, right? We have to notify and put out information to the public and be transparent. So help us help you by responding to that, and we could set those meetings in June and have another robust meeting in July. So with that, we'll close the meeting. Thank you again, and have a safe drive home. Oh, and here's the lovely picture of everybody's smiley faces.